Morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, and participants. On behalf of the organizing committee, with me, Sekarinda, I'm honored to welcome you all to the 7th International Conference of Geoscience and Earth Resource Engineering 2025. This conference brings together professional, academics, and practitioners to discuss and share insight on the latest advancement, technology, and groundbreaking research in the field of geoscience and earth resource engineering. Hosted here at the Bandung Institute of Technology, this event is an annual conference held by the Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering. We firmly commit to give significant contribution to the development of research and facilitate the collaboration across disciplines. Ladies and gentlemen, in this great day, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to our honorable keynote speaker, Bapak Profesor Taufan Marhendrajana, the Dean of Mining and Petroleum Engineering Faculty, Bapak Profesor Dr. Syafrizal, the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Bapak Profesor Andri Dian Nugraha, the Vice Dean of Resources, Bapak Insinyur Taufik Hidayat, the organizing committee, and our sponsor and partner, Yayasan LAPI ITB, Direktorat Riset and Inovasi ITB, ExxonMobil, Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center, and Migas Hulu Jabar ONWJ. And we also supported by PT Paragon, who support the implementations of this event today. And of course, to all of our great speakers and attenders of today's agenda. As your safety is our utmost priority, before we start this event, let us put our full attention to the safety induction video, which will be played right now.
Safety induction, keamanan, kesehatan, keselamatan kerja dan lingkungan di ITB. ITB berkomitmen untuk mencapai kinerja terbaik di bidang keamanan, kesehatan, keselamatan kerja dan lingkungan yang mencakup aset sumber daya manusia, bangunan, peralatan, dan kekayaan intelektual. Oleh karena itu, ITB mengharapkan kesadaran setiap individu yang berada di area ITB untuk turut berperan dalam mewujudkan kondisi keamanan, kesehatan, keselamatan kerja dan lingkungan yang kondusif dengan memenuhi pedoman keamanan dan KTB yang berlaku di lingkungan kampus ITB sebagai berikut. Setiap individu diminta untuk meluangkan waktu memahami lokasi kegiatan dengan melihat peta lokasi yang memuat jalur evakuasi, lokasi pintu darurat, tempat berkumpul darurat, tanda kedaruratan, lokasi pemadam api ringan, dan kotak P3K. Terdapat pintu darurat dan assembly point atau tempat berkumpul yang aman di setiap gedung. Jika diperlukan evakuasi, panitia pendamping atau sosram akan memandu. Setiap individu wajib turut menjaga kebersihan gedung dan area dalam ITB, serta membuang sampah pada tempat sampah yang telah disediakan. Setiap individu diimbau untuk tidak meninggalkan barang tanpa pengawasan karena alasan keamanan. Tidak diperkenankan merokok di dalam gedung dan di kawasan kampus ITB, kecuali di area merokok. Pastikan puntung rokok mati sebelum membuang ke tempat sampah. Harap dipahami bahwa keberlangsungan kegiatan dan acara adalah di luar dari pelatihan keadaan darurat. Jika alarm tanda bahaya terdengar, maka nyata terjadi kondisi darurat. Jika terjadi kondisi darurat atau menemui benda atau orang mencurigakan, kecelakaan, atau kondisi tidak aman lainnya, silakan menghubungi petugas keamanan terdekat atau nomor darurat ITB di 022 250 02 04 untuk area ITB Ganesha dan 022 860 10 020 untuk area ITB Jatinangor. Demikian pedoman ini kami sampaikan. Terima kasih atas kerjasama dan perhatian Anda. Utamakan keamanan, kesehatan, keselamatan kerja dan lingkungan.
Okay, thank you for the committee. We hope that all the audience will understand the essential safety procedure to support the safety of this event. And next, to open today's agenda, I would like to invite the chairman of organizing committee, Bapak Ivan Kurnia, to give welcome address to Bapak Ivan. Please come to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To our honorable keynote speaker, Professor Taufan Marhandrayana, to the leadership of Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering, Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Professor Andi Dianugraha, Vice Dean of Resources, Pak Taufik Hidayat, my fellow colleagues from Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering, students, all participants, and all organizing committee, thank you for being here. It is truly an honor and great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the 7th edition of International Conference on Geoscience and Earth Resources Engineering, or ICGERE, or in our native tongue, ICGERE, an annual event organized by the Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering, Institut Teknologi Bandung. This year's conference theme is Synergy in Geoscience and Engineering, Pathways Toward Sustainable Earth Resource Development and Disaster Mitigation, which reflects FTTM-ITB's commitment to addressing the global, national, and local challenges, as well as opportunities in our field of geoscience and earth resource engineering through our collaborative efforts and innovation. This year, our plan was to return ICGRE to a more traditional format where all speakers are invited to attend in person at this historical East Hall of ITB. However, unfortunate events in the past several days forced us to make several adjustments. Thus, I would like to invite all of us to pray for all the lives lost in the past several days, and let us not take this freedom and privilege to do research and to continue our academic work for granted. We all have our part to contribute to achieve prosperity, social justice, and everlasting democracy in this nation. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our sponsors, LAPI ITB, Directorate of Research and Innovation ITB, ExxonMobil Indonesia, Purnomo Yusgiantoro Center, Migas Hulu Jabar Offshore Northwest Java, and also support from Paragon Technology and Innovation. Also, I send utmost appreciation to all program committee, organizers, participants, speakers, and everyone who is working diligently to make this conference possible. Your dedication and participation will inspire new ideas and foster collaborations that drive us forward towards sustainable future in geoscience and earth resource engineering. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you for the thoughtful opening address, Pak Ivan. We are really appreciate all the hard work given by all the committee to support the successful of this event. And the next is the welcome speech from the Dean of the Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering, Bapak Professor Dr. Syafrizal. Please come to the stage.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, distinguished guests, Pak Profesor Taufan, our Vice Dean of Human Resources, Pak Taufik, Bapak Ibu dosen, and our student at ITB, our college and participants. It is with great honor and profound pleasure that I welcome you all the International Conference on Geoscience and Earth Engineering Resources that we call ICGRE 2025. This gathering of experts, scholars, practitioners reflects our shared commitment to advancing knowledge and innovation in the field of geoscience and engineering of Earth resources. This year's conference is the 7th edition of ICGRE. This year's theme, which is the synergy in geoscience and engineering, pathway towards sustainable Earth resources development and disaster mitigation, encapsulate both the challenge and opportunities that lies before us as we seek to balance human progress with environmental stewardship. In an era marked by rapid technological development and unprecedented environmental concern, the integration of geosciences and engineering is no longer optional, but essential. The sustainable development of Earth resources requires not only technical excellence, but also holistic approach that consider social, economic, and environmental dimension. At the same time, our world continue to face increasing risk from natural disaster such as earthquake, volcanic eruption, and landslide, and also extra. This conference provides a valuable platform for us share innovative research and foster collaboration that will help mitigate this risk while ensuring sustainability and responsible utilization of our planet's resources. I encourage all participants to actively engage in discussion, exchange perspective, and build network that transcend disciplinary and geographical boundaries. Let this conference not only be a venue for the dissemination of knowledge, but also catalyst for actionable solutions that address the pressing challenge of our time. Together, through synergy and shared vision, we can contribute to a more sustainability and resilient future for humanity and our planet. I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the inspiring opening address, Pak Syafrizal. We are truly excited to enjoy so many interesting discussions today. But before that, to commemorate this event, I would like to invite all of the participants to have a photo session at the stage. To all of the participants, please come to the stage. The community, can you help to positioning? Di atas aja lah. Mas angkat di atas aja, kursinya pindahin gitu. Ya boleh, boleh. Ya. Ikut. Thank you for the willingness to all the audience. And the next agenda is the keynote sessions, which will be moderated by Bapak Ivan. To Bapak Ivan, please come to the stage.
Check. Bismillah. Okay. Again, it is an honor and privilege to me to introduce our first and the only keynote speaker, Professor Insinyur Taufan Marhandrena, MSc PhD, which currently serves as Deputy of Exploitation at SKK Migas, which is the Special Task Force for Oil and Gas Upstream Business in Indonesia. Professor Taufan went through his education begins in ITB for his bachelor degree in 1991, and then he went on for his graduate studies in Texas A&M University, United States of America, where he gained his master's degree and also doctoral degree. In the past 5 years, Professor Taufan served as the head of oil and gas drilling production and economic research group in ITB, and also he served as the head of science and technology development Institute Teknologi Bandung until 2024. And honorable guests, please join me in welcome Professor Insinyur Taufan Marhandrena.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like somebody to assist me to show my presentation. Thank you. Yeah. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semuanya. The Honorable Dean of Faculty Mining and Petroleum Engineering, I think for today represented by Vice Dean of Academic and Affairs, Professor Andri Dianugraha, and also there is Vice Dean of Human Resources, esteemed speakers, professors, lecturers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me. It is actually a privilege for me to be invited to this event and to have an opportunity to present an overview of exploration and production business activities, challenges and opportunities in the oil and gas industry. So hopefully my presentation align with the theme of this conference, which is Synergy in Geoscience and Engineering, Pathways towards Sustainable Earth Resource Development and Disaster Mitigation. But before I proceed further, allow me to recite pantun, because this has become a tradition before the presentation begin. Yeah. We can get ways during spring. We go together to state of Wyoming. To all of you, we are welcoming by saying Wilujeng Sumping. Next slide, please. Next. I would like to start with kaleidoscope, the milestone of Indonesia's petroleum history. So the upstream oil and gas industry in Indonesia actually has a rich history, beginning early. Oh yeah. Yes, thank you, Pak. Beginning early 19th century, actually during the Dutch colonial era and continuing through independence and various state-controlled resource management efforts for the people of prosperity. So actually this is start when systematic oil exploration drilled in Majalengka in about 1871, and then first oil discovery at Telaga site in Sumatra, followed by, I think you all know about the Minas Duri discovery in 1941, which is this field still producing until right now. And then the first PSC started in 1966, and then the establishment of BP Migas in 2002, and then until it is replaced by SKK Migas until now, which is since 2012. As I mentioned earlier, the first drilling is 1871 in Majalengka. However, the first discovery of the oil field actually in 1885 at Telaga site. The 1990s was the introduction of steam flood enhanced oil recovery, EOR, following earlier discoveries. The industry, the oil gas industry, has since moved into the deep water era. First, by discovery of West Seno field, with key development in the Makassar Strait, Mahakam Delta, Tangguh in West Papua, and Masela in Southeast Maluku, covering onshore, offshore, and deep water exploration. Sorry, next, yeah. And next again. Okay. Oh, actually, I can control myself here, yeah. Let me check. No, I cannot. Doesn't work. Doesn't work, but. Okay, I can just say next, yeah. Over the next 10 years, Indonesia upstream oil and gas industry aims to achieve sustainable business practices while balancing production targets and emission reduction through the next IOG 4.0 in the period of 2025 and 2035, and with the ambition, target, and strategy, which is to be a world-class authority enabling Indonesia's energy security and sustainable oil and gas industry. With setting the three main targets, which are to achieve 2.6 until 3 million barrel oil equivalent per day by 2035, upon a favorable macroeconomic and regulatory environment. And the second is to support Indonesia's national net zero emission. The third is to attract investments for Indonesia's economic benefit. To achieve those targets, the following strategies are involving creating high-impact exploration, accelerating reserve to production, implementing full-scale enhanced oil recovery, enabling sustainability production, fostering collaborative partnership, creating strategic and competitive supply chains, delivering digital excellence, and strengthening people and processes. Next, please. This vision relies on 4 key pillars: exploring to increase reserves, accelerating production, and using enhanced oil recovery techniques in brownfields, which are all supported by the latest technology to reduce energy intensity and better emissions. The success will hinge on strong partnerships, an efficient supply chain, digitization, and effective human capital. So all those strategy targets, we think that university, technology provider will contribute to help us, SKK Migas, to achieve those targets. So we try in the following, we try to overview our business activity in terms of the process after discovery to POD, plan of development, until converting into production. Next, please. Okay. The cita of the current government, President Prabowo, focuses on energy self-sufficiency and national energy security through increased oil production and enhanced natural gas infrastructure. As we know, Indonesia is currently experiencing oil deficit, as we can see on the left figures, with consumption outpacing the production. The deficit has been ongoing since approximately 2003. Actually, we reached the oil production peak and stabilized between 1977 until 1999, but has been in natural decline ever since. The government is prioritizing increased oil production to address the shortfall. Meanwhile, as shown in the right figure, Indonesia has a gas surplus and is currently exporting approximately 2,000 million standard cubic feet per day of gas, primarily in the form of LNG. We have actually a major discovery, mostly gas fields, which are right now undergoing the engineering, procurement, construction, and installation. Some still in the phase of FEED, such as IDD and Gang North from Malacca Street, Makassar Street. And then we have also from UCC Ubadari from BP, and we have also Masela, and also from Asap, Kido, and Merah, which will be on stream late 2026 for the AKM. For the UCC Ubadari, will be on stream about 2030, and Masela will be on stream 2029, and then the IDD and Gang North will be on stream on 2027 or 2028, which of course the on stream of those projects will boost the production, both oil and gas, because from these gas fields they also produce the big amount of condensate. Next, please. And next. Yeah, thank you. So this figure actually, we developed a long-term plan to guide our efforts and our strategy in terms of maximizing the current field, and also trying to executing the projects that we are developing right now. So in terms of to support the sustainable development of earth resources, so we implement this long-term plan, which integrates annual production baselines from prior periods with improving our current producing assets. So this strategy also includes increased recovery through enhanced oil recovery techniques and new discovery through explorations in open areas, as well as within existing exploitation zones. We call it step out. And then our long-term plan is also supported by reliable plan of development POD, which we regularly monitor the progress as part of a comprehensive and ongoing evaluation of resources and reserves. So the two graphs show the long-term plan for oil production on the left side and the long-term plan for gas production on the right side. From this graph, we expected to reach about 1 million barrel oil per day in between 2029 to 2030 for the oil production, which is right now we are focused in the oil production because our status is we are still net importing for the oil, while the gas we have a surplus, as we see on the previous slides. Next, please. Okay, so this is actually the production of oil and gas in 2025. We see that from the left side figure in 2025, this is the average production every month from January to August. The oil production is set to stabilize after halting the natural decline in the second quarter with offshore production at Natuna. And then the production incline since May 2025 by on stream of the Terubuk Forel and Terubuk fields in Natuna, with the steady output of 16,000 barrels per day, increasing to around 30,000 barrels per day by the third quarter as production ramps up and accelerated from 1 to 4 wells. And then also the increase is supported by the development of Banyu Urip interclastic, which then boosts the field production up to, for that fields, for Banyu Urip fields, up to 170,000 barrel oil per day. So basically between 160,000 barrel per day to 170,000 barrel oil per day, while also optimizing the existing well production using stimulation such as water shut-off, gas shut-off technology, and also acidizing, and also by strategy of drilling development well, step out, exploration, surface facility upgrading to unlock the bottlenecking, and optimization. For the another field, such as Pertamina Hulu Rokan, able to maintain the oil production above 150,000 barrel oil per day. So those new developments, a good maintenance, boost the production to have an increase since May 2025. So in this left figure, we divided the production into two colors, as you see. The first color is the green color, that representing the crude and condensate production. The yellow color represent the NGL, natural gas liquids, which is mainly the LPG production. Why we combine those two? Because the NGL or LPG actually in the form of liquid in the room temperature, as well as the crude oil and also the condensates. While LPG is stripped from the gas, as well as also the condensate stripped from the gas phase. So we both include in this category following the BP statistical review, which categorize both the NGL and crude oil and condensate at the same category as oil production category instead of gas category. And in the right figure, for the gas production, we have challenge. Just like by well constraint, we have sands problem, and also recently we have incident. Maybe you all heard about this incident at the Subang field, and also the fluctuating the demand. As we know, the gas production is controlled by the demand. We cannot store the gas unless we convert into LNG, but need also to ship. We cannot just store. Additional output from development plants in Jambi Merang, Sumatra, Acacia Bagus in West Java, and South Senoro is also expected to boost gas production in the fourth quarter. Now here, next please. So we see here, this is the profile of the production, oil production. The green dark representing the existing natural decline. The green light actually is a contribution of workover and well services, and the red is contribution from the drilling development. We see that those three activities maintain the current production and also reducing the natural decline. Even in the 2025, we have an incline of 0.3%. So, especially the on-stream of Banyu Urip interclastic from ExxonMobil, EMCL, Akatara Lemang, and put on production of the accelerated wells, which contribute in terms of boosting the national production. Next, please. Okay, so this is for the gas. Positive trend natural gas production over the past 2 years is continuing, although this year the growth has slowed to around 0.5%, down from a natural decline rate at about 6.9%. So this decrease is partly due to well maintenance and workover activities. So this is very important in terms of executing a project. So we cannot just focus on completion of the project, but also we need to guarantee, we need to make sure the quality of the projects. Some projects completed very fast, very quick, but has a problem of infant mortality. So this infant mortality will affect, of course, the production. So I think this is the contribution of engineering design, engineering execution come to the picture in terms of executing the project. Next, please. So here I would like to present the strategic national projects, which we can see here. We have Indonesia Deep Development Keynote projects. The reserve is about 1.64 TCF with 19 million barrel oil condensate, and from Gang North it's 2.8 69 TCF plus 128 million barrel oil condensate from Keynote. And then the investment is around, the total is about 15 billion US dollar. So the on-stream estimated in 2027, maybe 2027, 2028. We have Asap Kidu Merah project, which is estimated to be on-stream in 2026. Tangguh UCC project, as I already mentioned earlier. And also the Abadi project Masela. Alhamdulillah that this project progressing fast. Right now is under FIT, still already started. So hopefully this project can be on stream in 2029. Next please. This project, we have about 15 projects which should be targeted to be on stream in 2025. But we completed almost all of them, but maybe there are 3 or 4 that will be delayed until next year because we have facing a problem in terms of executing project is like permits, environmental permits, land clearance. So sometimes there is external that controls our pace of the project. It's not just a technical in terms of executing the engineering design, but also we need to face with the external factors for the implementation of the projects. But however, we still try to be on target for the project with the concept of AutoBOS, which stands for on time, on budget, and on scope. Next, please. And next. Okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so learning from experts at the MIT Sloan School of Management, a sustainable strategy must align business goals with essential capital and expected profits. It should also consider stakeholder dynamics and advancement in science and technology to enhance business value. So I think ITB has a lot of research center covering various topics which can contribute in this matter. Key to growth and sustainability is implementing disaster mitigation strategies as part of topic in our conference. Important areas to address include business sustainability, emphasized by shareholders, environmental sustainability, highlighted by stakeholders, and disaster mitigation, requiring collective vigilance. So by focusing on these elements, business can better prepare for risk and ensure long-term success. Next, please. Okay. So between 2019 and 2023, we discovered reserve capable of replacing existing production up to 1.6 or 166% or 1.6 times reserve replacement ratio, meaning that we discover reserves more than what we're producing. This is based on the POD, plan and development. However, from plan development to FID, financial investment decision, which determine whether this project executed or not, implemented, converted to production, only 8–10% have been developed due to the economic viability challenges. Either the project is not economics, or there are mostly the financial issues by the contractors of the operator. So this diagram actually depicts the workflow from discovery to field abandonment. There are two main stages, pre-FID and post-FID, which the pre-FID phase is influenced by factors such as project economics, licensing, tender results, off-taker agreements, and financial capability. Meanwhile, the post-FID phase is influenced by mostly the technical EPCI, completion, execution, engineering, procurement, construction, and installation, and also drilling activities, but also as well as land acquisition. And then collaboration and synergy among stakeholders, including governments, operators, contractors, subcontractors, donor agencies, and community is crucial for the success of the process. Next. And then SKK Migas now is working to better understand the issue faced by the PSC operators before the first investment date or FID, and addressing the challenges that arise post-approval. So there are actually, when in the innovation, we commonly hear about the death valley in the innovation. We have also here the critical, where the POD or can be stranded, either cannot be executed because of the financial issue or permission issue or project economic issue, and then maybe it can be also stranded because of a problem in terms of EPCI. Next, please. Now we, as a part of our global community, to strengthen its global market position, SKK Migas must also address PSC operators' concern and also lender, financial donor concerns about environmental sustainability through low carbon initiatives and the creation of a carbon management team. This framework should include policies, key activities, and governance. Example of our efforts are CCUS, such as CO2 half and puff at Sukowati Jatibarang and Gemah Fields, also UCC Ubadari of the BP, CCS Abadi, and CCS Sakakemang. And also for the energy management, we have also photovoltaic installation for some of new platform, gas to wire conversion projects, LPG stripping from gas stream, and fuel gas efficiency projects. As for the policy and regulation for CCS hub development, adaptation under PSC and CSP. And also we implement reforestation by planting 2.2 million trees, exceeding the target of 2 million. This is the potential carbon emission absorption of 4.3 million tons of CO2. And then the last is zero routing flaring. So we have 25 projects are ongoing. For example, at Acacia Bagus here, close to Indramayu, by flaring reduction and process optimization. And the figure on the left show the contribution of the activities, each activity to reduce emission in the upstream oil and gas. Especially for the, we have reduction emission activities for the drilling extraction, flaring CO2, and also offset through credits. Next, please. So, yeah, the upstream oil and gas industry can contribute to energy management by measuring carbon intensity, reducing flaring, and implement carbon storage. We have 52 of 66 PSC contractors have presented energy management roadmap. And then we have 121 energy management program, where 126 million standard cubic feet energy efficiency. Next, please. Hopefully I'm still in time, yeah? Well, okay, good. Now that we need also to concern about the risk of the location because of the Indonesia's location on the equator and the ring of the fire. So we need to also mitigate and do some works to identify hazard. They are very crucial for production facility development. So for example, before we starting executing the project, we do GNG survey, geophysical geology survey, and also potential for the tsunami. I think Professor Andre Dianugraha also involved in that activity. Maybe some of you from geophysical department active on this activity. So this cannot be excluded in the planning of our project execution. Next, please. Now, so the mitigation efforts should incorporate and integrate a safety level that addresses design, construction, and operational challenges, ensuring long-term business assurance as part of sustainability strategy. Start from process design, followed by basic process control system, critical alarm and operator response, automatic shutdown system, physical protections, physical and emergency response. Next. Okay, so I will close my presentation by quoting, education enlightens, research addresses the challenges of the times, and engineering transforms knowledge into meaningful solution. So thank you. I wish you all have a productive conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Taufan, for the very insightful presentation. Please take your seat up front. I guess we still have several minutes for question and answer, so I would like to invite questions from the audience. It was a very insightful presentation, so I note several key points where Indonesia have several main targets. Among them, the production of around 2.6 to 3 million barrel of oil equivalent per day, and also the achievement of net zero emission, also to attract investment in the upcoming years. And also we still rely on major gas discovery for the coming projects. We have IDD, Gang North, UCC Ubadari, and Masela. And also I note there are 4 main wages in the long-term plan of SKK Migas, which includes exploration and also implementation of water flood and enhanced oil recovery, turning reserves to production, and also improvement of existing asset. And also we note how there are at least 5 strategic national projects which with investment exceeding $20 billion. And also on the current year, there are at least several projects in 2025 with investment amounting around $850 million. And then also Prof. Taufan explains how SKK Migas innovate in terms of processing the FID, to accelerate the process of a project. And also Prof. Taufan also highlight how disaster mitigation is a key aspect in project planning and development to maintain the successful of the projects. And again, I invite questions from the audience, please. I guess I have one actually, Pak Taufan. So, because we are in the academia environment, so how can university and academia contribute to, at least to the long-term plan of SKK Migas to achieve the national oil and gas production?
Okay, thank you, Pak Ivan. Yeah, I think as a faculty of mining and petroleum engineering, which I think consists of geophysical department, petroleum engineering department, and also metallurgical department and mining department. Yeah, I think there are much that can contribute in terms of business process of the oil industry from discovery until the production. Uh, First, for example, of course, for the exploration, yeah. For the exploration in the mining, I think you have a exploration program, which also can contribute in terms of designing, finding the also with the geophysical department, try to identify the potential area with the hydrocarbon potential, either oil or gas. I think this can contribute on that one. Also, for example, make sure that the successful drilling activity safely and implemented in timely manner. I think we have drilling, yeah, which require design and also adapting to the unexpected uncertainty during the process of the drilling. So there are a lot, and also that's in term of the how to move this discovery hydrocarbon into reserve. So it has to go to the POD process. POD process requires certification, study, evaluation, which includes many various aspects, various disciplines. Yeah. I think you can contribute. I think you have done a lot. I think in this faculty have done a lot in this process. And then for the POD, and then after FID, there's some fit that need to be done before FID. Fit, you need to, for example, make sure the design of the material, the pipeline, maybe metallurgy engineers can contribute in this process. Yeah, make sure that the, for example, with the field right now, we're discovering gas field with high content of the CO2, H2S, which pose a problem of the corrosion. Maybe you can find, because it requires exotic materials, which cost very high. You may contribute in terms of finding a new material, which is less costly. Yeah, I think that's really help this petroleum industry in terms of reducing costs. So the our country can gain more with the exploitation of these oil and gas fields. Yeah. I think those are some, Pak Ivan. I think you can contribute more than that. Beside this faculty, we also involve the faculty of the civil and also from the chemical engineering, especially during the APCI, the engineering procurement construction, like for example for the constructing the platform, constructing the LNG, FPSO, and also FLNG. Okay, that's I think Ivan. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Tapan, for the thorough explanation. Unfortunately, I was just reminded by the committee that we are actually out of time for the first keynote session. Again, please give appreciation to Professor Tapan Marhandriana. And I guess from the committee there is appreciation given to Professor Tapan as the keynote speaker. Please.
Okay, thank you very much for the keynote speaker, to Pak Taufan and also Pak Ivan to lead this session. And we are very thankful because from the speech, it encouraged us to contribute more in exploring our national resources. And ladies and gentlemen, for your information that the ICGRE will be held in 3 days. The event will be divided into the plenary session, technical session, oral presentation, and poster session. Now we will begin the first plenary sessions of today's conference. This session will be dedicated to Earth resources exploration and will be moderated by Bapak Wahyudi Zahar. To Bapak Wahyudi, please come to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th International Conference on Geoscience and Earth Resource Engineering. In this plenary session, we are honored to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Insinyur Budi Sulistyo. Let me brief introduce his profile. Okay. Dr. Budi obtained his Bachelor on Science in Petroleum Engineering from Institute Teknologi Bandung in 1986. He later pursued his study at the University of New South Wales, Australia. He earned a PhD in Petroleum Engineering in 1969 and Master Applied Science in 1990. In his academic journey, Dr. Budi has also conducted significant research among synthetic data as the key to interpreted discontinuous planes in coal seam between two boreholes and raising awareness on mercury reduction in artisanal gold mining in Sirotan, Banten province. Okay, today Dr. Budi Sulistyo will deliver a presentation with the topic Zero Runoff Concept in Limestone Quarry. Without further ado, I invite Dr. Budi Sulistyo to the podium to deliver his presentation. Okay. Pak Budi, you will have approximately 20 to 25 minutes the presentation, followed by 5 minutes maybe question and answer question.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, salam sejahtera, dan selamat pagi, distinguished guests who either from online or offline. First, I will thank the committee who invited me to present the paper about the, next please, about the zero runoff concept in limestone quarry. I'm very thank you to the committee for present this paper, because up to now, still many assumptions that every time cement industry will be started, there are many demonstrations, either local level or national level, depend on the how big the company. The most of the issue which will be arise by the NGO, by academics or community, because by quarrying limestone in karst area, they always cause depletion of groundwater, cause flooding around the area, and cause the sedimentation of water. By using concept of zero runoff, this can be guaranteed that the groundwater level will be increased or much better than before. Flooding will be reduced significantly and will be diminished of the sedimentation. This is a fact of the mythos. Let's go to the next slide. Because most of public perception of the mining industry always cause destruction. It says here, because we always see this, most of the mining industry, always something like this, you see, always cause environmental destruction. It's very common on the Indonesia. The second why, because many assumptions, mining industry, say limestone quarry, still have image that only prioritize optimizing the profit without care about the environment, which cause damage to the environment. But the problem is, even we always make a demonstration, either in local or national, around this area, we still not limestone. Floor need a limestone. Brick around the area mix limestone. Paint for the filler need a limestone. So everyday life need a limestone. So next please. So what is the problem actually? It is true. For good mining company, will sacrifice the environment? It's a big question. Good mining company never sacrifice the environment for the profit only. Because if the company have a not good image from the banker, they never have opportunity to get a loan. So that means the less capital. Why the error around the community, along the report can be occurred? Because the problem is that many geological consultants fail to adhere to the principle of materiality and transparency. So the many investors make wrong decision. And then if they make wrong decision, the first must be sacrificed is environment. This is the most easy. The sacrifice, the environment will be satisfied. The second one is the document of environmental impact assessment unaware about the mining issue. There are many environmental impact company is not experienced in the mining company, and they try to get in to get jobs from the mining company, and they try to apply non-mining company to the mining company concept. So there are many reports just copying from other report to the other report, so make a damage image to the company. Or the most worst condition is the trusted expert lack to clear understanding about the design impact of the environment. Some example, they try to mine until the below water level. If they mine below water level, of course, the depletion of the groundwater will be occur. This is so why we always get, next please. So why is there many demonstrations arguing about the mining industry? Because they always read from the textbook, and maybe they make the textbook misinterpretation about the good quarrying activity. First, we always say, not previous please. The quarrying, we concept about the quarrying and mining. In many textbooks, any quarrying and mining increases their sediment discharge. They always take. Every mining cause increasing the sediment discharge. So if the increasing sediment will cause degradation in ecosystem. The second one, there are wastewater and water discharge. That means water quality will decrease. The third one, rock and mining removal. In mining industry, rock and removal is always occur. We cannot avoid it. But by using reclamation and post-mining, good mining closure, they can diminish or makes better than previous condition. And the fourth one is chemical waste. In quarrying, there are no chemical waste. So this maybe this textbook, this many textbook has to be cheated by the people. This quarrying and mining industry cause degradation. But in fact, next please. Look this one, sediment discharge. There are no sediment discharge. We can transfer it from the first one because the mining from the pit. So we directly all water from the surrounding area to the pit. So we create a big infiltration area. So we actually from the beginning, the water just running away from the pit. Now we collecting all sewage water, go to the pit and become infiltration. Then a next step, we transferring from the quarrying to the green forest. This is the fact. Next, please. The second one, there's misconception because they thought every mining causes waste and water discharge. In this case, all water go to the inside of the pit and become infiltration rate. So any debit is so by using this concept, there is zero debit to the offset area because all water go to the inside the mining area. That means recharge to the groundwater. By using this concept, water will be increases significantly. So by using concept this one, no runoff discharge, and then we control discharge of water to offset by pumping concept. Next bit. And then about misinterpretation of rock and removal. Of course, yes, morphology can be changed, but not just let the area become barren area, but we transfer him to the forest or the tourism destination. There's one example in Bali, what is called Garuda Wisnu Kencana. Actually, 1997 is part of the limestone quarry. Now we get to transfer it to the tourism destination. Yes, next please. Chemical waste. There are no chemical waste in mining quarry. This is also this many textbooks, many give wrong concept, wrong filming about the mining industry. Yes, this. So what we can see from the textbook about the increasing sediment discharge, water discharge actually never happened in the quarrying if managed by properly. Okay? But of course, rock and mineral removal can be occurred, can be changed, but can be managed, not destroyed. Yes, like this. So, in this example, this concept actually, previous please. Previous please. Yeah, not previous. Previous please, yeah. This concept of textbook can be occur if there are no good mining design. Just ordinary. They consider there are no mining department. There are no mining education, just mining. So if there are no mining education, that means this happen. But if there are mining education, that's next week. This we must be following. Need a cost for exploration, for design, for everything, and then for the reclamation as well. This need cost. So we can see, but first we have to know which part of the area is location permit with protected area. The mining industry just ignore the protected area. They ignore spring water. They ignore the groundwater. Yeah. So we have to do some. We do some study about the detailed exploration, and then we have to do some subsurface exploration and doing some geotechnical study about the area. And then from this condition, we start from the mining requirement. to this good design about the mining. Oh, sorry, this is in Indonesia. So, and then the problem is, we cannot mine in the spring area. 200 meters from the surrounding the mining spring water is not allowed to be mined. But the problem, government never give reward to the company, mining company, who doing a good design, actually concerned about the environment. After mining finish, we start from the mine closure program, reclamation program, and doing some environmental impact assessment, and then reclamation and mine closure document. This is take time, and we will speak carefully about how to design good mining. Yeah, next week. This is sample. Most of the karst area, the conditions, no trees at all, just barren area like this. Just condition, this most of the condition of the karst area. By using this condition, we create many jobs from there, because this area is not suitable for the agriculture. Yeah, next please. Why we have to know groundwater about the karst area? Because during the rainy season, groundwater increase significantly. The area look very greeny, very greeny, look very nice. But the problem is, because we ignore the zero runoff during rainy, they always have heavy flooding in the lowland area. Many spring water, many water go to the sinkhole and so on. But the important one, many agriculture using pesticide. So why in the karst area, most of spring water contain pesticide? Because most people using pesticide to increase the yield, and then to reduce the cost using this pesticide. Yeah, next please. But during dry season, dry season, something like this, everything's become dry. No agriculture at all. And groundwater decrease significantly. In this case, we try to using what we call zero runoff concept. That means we don't allow any sewage water running away, but we want to create one big giant infiltration zone. You can see it, most of the area previously greeny, and now it's become dry like this. Many people said the karst area is greeny area. It's not true. It's greeny area during rainy season only. Yes, next week. Next, please. This is a concept. During this, in the real condition, this is in the upper side. During this is original condition, we can say that runoff is very big, because topography is relatively steep, no trees at all, so all rainwater just run off and go away from the hilly area and cause flooding in the lowland area. By mining in the quarrying, good mining design, actually for the cement industry, we direct all the water around the area go to the pit. So there are no runoff anymore. So and then the question is, how the water go to the groundwater? That means we increase the groundwater level. Next, please. This is concept. This is original condition. This is a catchment area. And in this concept, you can see the water during rainy season, water just go away to the settled area. But if they are mining in the area, we create a big infiltration zone. We don't allow any water go to the offset, but we direct the surface water go to inside the mining area. So that means we create underground water, increase the underground water. Yes, next please. This is concept. By enlarging the pit, by enlarging the mining area, that means we create more water inside of the pit. That means we increase the groundwater level, increase the groundwater, and that means the final step, groundwater will increase significantly. This the concept of the mining square for zero runoff. Yeah, next please. Yes, next please. This is sample how the calculation. From the beginning, if we increase this is a simple calculation. If we enlarge the mining area, does not mean we'll create more risk of the flooding, but we decreasing flooding, increasing recharge area, increasing the water level. This is simple. How if the mining become larger, groundwater become increase significantly. Yeah, next please. Yes, next please. This is a concept. The progressive mining. Before we left the mining or we left the band, we started about the cultivated area. So the most of areas become green area. We never allow, with good mining practice, we never allow it become barren area. Always become green area. Yeah, next please. The next step is why we can reduce the sediment. We decide because there are no zero runoff, all water will go to inside to the bends. So there are no water inside. That means no sediment outside. We create like perimeter barrier. So we can see this from here. There are no sediment outside. There are no runoff to the outside area. All water go to the inside. The next step is using what we call, even though we are already using all concept, but we still some spill around the area. We create what is sediment trap, small sediment trap around the surrounding area. So all sediment will be screened around with simple equipment, something like this. Yeah, next please.
Dengan slope lereng sisi dalam embung sebesar 1:2, elevasi dasar embung adalah kurang lebih 320 meter dan top elevasi tanggul embung adalah 326 sampai 327 meter. Embung dilengkapi dua buah intake di sisi utara dan sisi selatan dan satu buah spillway di sisi barat.
Less runoff go to this area. The next step, we still, my dream to create what we call subsurface dam. That means dam not in the surface, but in the underground stream. So if we can create the subsurface dam, that means we can increase it, water level in the dam because this is suitable in the karst area because there are any terra rossa in the like this time. This like we can spawn. And then underneath the spawn is like limestone. We control by fracturing. The spawn will drip very slowly and go to become underground river. Yes, next please. It is a realization how the sediment can create better conditions in the area. All water goes and in the this example, after mine closure, we create a forest. It's very easy, and wetland along this area because most of the area is the dry, so we create a wetland. That area, during rainy season, there are water hole, like in Australia we call water hole in this area. So many animal or bird can be stay nesting in this area. So we create new habitats, much better than before. This is a sample. So this is a sample. If we are doing zero runoff and reclamation progressive, that means we can create better conditions than before. And this is the company, one of company who already applied zero runoff to get award from the government, zero concept zero, because in fact, the zero runoff can create better conditions than before. So the question is, why there are many demonstrations every time permit for the limestone quarry or cement industry granted always a big demonstration up to now? Because because Indonesia is big potential for the cement industry. Maybe they don't want Indonesia to become the big player in cement industry. So they give us wrong concept, wrong assumption that if we mine in the karst area can create a disaster, especially for the underground river, flooding, sedimentation. In fact, from the base paper we can see, they never happen if we use a good mining practice and we using some what we call reclamation progressive. Next, please. Thank you very much. And the last word is gone. By implanting zero runoff in limestone mining, the amount of groundwater can be increased. The secondary runoff sedimentation can be reduced, and with progressive reclamation program can lead environmental improvement in karst area. There's a maybe small idea, maybe opposite with what the many textbook or many concept up to maybe last week. There's still got many demonstration about the limestone area. This is what the best what I can present about the forum. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Budi, for the insightful presentation. Now it's time for the question and answer session. We have about still 5 minutes for question. Maybe I will take one question or two from the audience. Please kindly state your name and institution before asking your question. Okay, Pak Budi, maybe I will ask you. Is the economic in the economic perspective, is the zero runoff concept practical investment for quarry operators, or it will be seen as additional cost?
We should aware mining industry is high capital cost, not cheap cost. Many people think about the mining industry always profitable, but they don't aware this high investment. Of course, you want to become good mining, you want to have a good mining industry, of course we need some investment. It's part of the business.
Okay.
To improve the environment.
Okay, thank you, Pak Budi. Is there any question from the audience? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Budi, for the very nice presentation. My question is, this method, can it be applied to other type of mining? Because you present that this is for the limestone mining. Is it possible for different type of ore mining? That's my question. Thank you.
Depend on the geological condition. Not can be applied for all condition. For the coal mine, some can be applied, some is not suitable because high cost. So depend on the geological condition. Yeah. For quarry, in this quarry industry, especially for limestone, this is very suitable because geological condition, fracture condition, and then any geological structure is very, very suitable because we aware that underneath the dry area there's some benefit. What's that? Groundwater. If we don't aware and we don't improve the limestone area, this can be disaster. But if we can approve by zero runoff, because in limestone area during rainy season, most of the sewage water just run away, become flooding in the lowland. So by using this concept runoff, this in line with the government program, what's it called, biopori. This is similar. Biopori is small one. This is a big or giant biopori actually, in the mining area. This is similar one. It's a big or giant biopori. And zero cost from the government, zero cost for the community, as all be part of the investment for the business. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Budi, and thank you for the question. Maybe it's time to closing. Yeah? I will read some conclusion. The zero runoff concept offers a new paradigm in limestone quarry management by focusing on improvement groundwater condition, reducing surface runoff, and supporting sustainable mine closure. It will be challenge misconception in conventional textbook approach maybe, and emphasize that mining can be both economically viable and environmentally responsible. Successful implementation requires collaboration among mining companies, consultants, regulators, and local communities. Okay, thank you, Pak Budi, and thank you for the audience for active participation. That concludes the plenary session of the 7th International Conference on Geoscience and Earth Resource. Please give a warm round of applause for Pak Budi Sulistyo. Thank you, Pak Budi. Yeah, thank you everyone, and thank you and enjoy the rest of conference. Now I will return it to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much to Pak Budi for raising our awareness of the environmental aspect and not to putting aside the environmental damage during the exploration of quarry or other similar mining explorations. And ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next sessions, I will inform you to have enjoyed the 15-minute coffee break. Please have some light meal and coffee served at the back. And please be back in 15 minutes because after this we will have the first technical session, oral presentation about the Earth Resources Engineering. Thank you. Check. All right, to all the audience, we encourage you to back to your seat because now we want to begin the technical session 1. Ya, boleh Mas. Ya, ini oral dulu. Okay, now we're go to the next session, technical session 1, Earth Resources Engineering. This session will lead by Bapak Wahyudi Zahar. To Bapak Wahyudi, please come to the stage.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone, we will now begin the oral presentation, technical session 1, Earth Resource Engineering as part of the 7th International Conference on Geoscience and Earth Resource. For the presenter, each presenter will have 10 to 12 minutes for every presentation, and then followed by a brief question and answer session with a total 15 minutes allocated. I kindly ask our presenter to stay within the time limit so that we can proceed on a schedule. Okay, let's start with our first presentation. Our first presentation is Mr. Yusuf Prambiodo. Mr. Yusuf, you already in the Zoom. Okay. Pak Yusuf will presentation entitled Identification of Nickel-Lateritic Zone Thickness Distribution based on a satellite magnetic and coring data, a case study in Morowali Regency, Central Sulawesi, Indonesia. Okay, Mr. Yusuf, the screen is yours.
Right, thank you very much for the time. Good afternoon. First, my name is Karol Paul Angkong. Today I will be presenting our research being the distribution analysis of nickeliferous laterite zone thickness using satellite magnetic and coring data, a case from Morowali Regency, Indonesia. I'm right now along with Yusuf Taufik Rahman Priambodo, being the alumnus from Institut Teknologi 10 November Geophysical Department. All right, onto the introduction. The main objective of this study is to study the applied EMM 2017 to identify the distribution of laterite nickel deposits in Morowali Regency, Central Sulawesi, using the residual magnetic anomaly map that has been applied with the RTP filter being produced to pole, comparing it with a grid map of the coring data. As you can see here in Indonesia, the potential for nickel is very massive. Indonesia holds 52% of the world reserve, Australia having 15, Brazil 8, Russia having 5, and the rest of the world holding 20% of it. So the potential is massive, right? Along with its uses, ranging from stainless steel, alloy steels, plating, non-ferrous alloys, and batteries. The data used in this research consists of a few information, being 12,000 data point EMM 2017 magnetic models, along with 863 coring data provided to us. And all this data is located in Morowali Regency, Central Sulawesi, with an area about 1.2 kilometers squared. So it's 1.2 kilometers across and 1 kilometers down, around that ballpark of area. We also have the information that derived from La Susua Kendari geology map. The two significant formations in this area being the ophiolite igneous rocks that consists of peridotite, hartsbergite, danite, gabbro, and serpentine. Also, there's the Pandua Formation. It has sedimentary rocks that consist of conglomerate sandstones and clay stones. Now we'll talk about our methodology, how our research is conducted, what are the steps that we took in order to reach the conclusion. First, we do the data gathering, being the drilling data in the EMM 2017. And then we applied IGRF correction, which stands for International Geomagnetic Reference Field. We apply this IGRF correction in order to get rid of the Earth's main magnetic field so that we only get the localized geological data. After that, we get the TMI values presented in a map that we will show to you in a little bit. And then we grid the TMI using spectral analysis. We separate them into regional maps and residual maps, with the residual anomaly map filtered with RTP being reduced to pole, which is used to change the magnetic data from dipolic into monopolic. After that, we grid the existing coring data. Our coring data has no inclination and it goes straight down, which makes it a lot easier for the grading to be done. Also, after both maps have been finished, we go into the discussion of comparison to see where things are and if it lines up with our objective. This, on the left, you can see the total magnetic anomaly after the IGRF correction has been done on the first grid. And then from that TMI, being the total magnetic anomaly, we do spectral analysis to get regional magnetic anomaly along with the residual magnetic anomaly. And after we have attained the residual magnetic anomaly, we apply the reduced to pole filter onto it to show the features a lot better. It is shown on your right. And on the left here is the grid data for the core data. So using the depths represented by color, you can see the exact place where the thicknesses are. You can see the graph on the left shows a thickness of 3.3 meters to 32.7 meters. Now, here comes the discussion of comparison. On the right, as you can see, there's a residual magnetic anomaly that's been filtered. I would like to direct our attention to the blue outline A being at the top left corner. Now, the blue zone A, the blue outline zone A, it shows about 3.3 to 11 meters thickness with the magnetic anomaly shown on the graph on the right, with magnetic anomaly values ranging from negative 0.6 nanotesla all the way to 0.1 nanotesla. I would also like to direct your attention to zone B at the center of the graph with 3.3 meters to 10 meter thickness with magnetic anomaly values ranging from negative 0.3 all the way to 0 nanotesla. Now these two A and B, blue
area. There are many demonstrations about this area. Most of people think that any activity in this area will cause destruction of the groundwater. In this case, we try to get a solution, actually, not solution, because this area is very interesting. Can I get? In this area, we can see this Watuputi area. Most of the surface water go to the east area because the topography to west increased significantly and going down to the west area. And around the area, there are many spring waters. Some is small debit, another one is very big debit. So in this case, we try to use the table salt to detect possibility about direction of original groundwater, either to the east following the topography or going to the other side, opposite the groundwater underground river, direction is groundwater river, go to the west, will the opposite with the topography area. Yeah, next please. This is actually, we try to know the relation. We are doing some tracing by putting this salt underneath the cave. It's very deep cave. This is there is condition of the cave one. And underneath the cave, there are big water hole, and then we try put salt in this area, and we are doing some maybe around 60 meters from the surface to the underground river. Yes, next please. This is a situation. Sorry. This is Manok Cave, and then most of the big debit in the east area, and some of many spring water in the west area. The interesting of this area is west area is the topography is much higher than the east area. So most of the people thinking that if the origin of the spring water in the east area is come from the west area. In this case, we want to prove it. This concept is totally wrong. So by using the salt water, because we don't want to any disturbance of social issue and environmental issue, we try using what we call table salt. Yes. This is a geological condition about this area. You can see this in the west area. There are many spring water, and in the west area, east area, is spring water, and most of the surface water go to the east area. That means topography in the east area is much lower than west area. This is what we call Watuputi catchment area. In this case, we try to put a concept. Most of people think about what we call porous media. Yeah, using porous media, the groundwater flow is very, very slow if compared to the fracture media, because this is very conventional formula, what we call using hydraulic conductivity and so on. And we are using the fracture media for the how to fast of the water flow in the fracture area, because in the cast, most of the groundwater is controlled by fracture area. So from this simple formula, you can see the velocity of the fracture area is much faster than porous media. 6,500 is faster than porous media. So what's the meaning is, by using this table salt and put in the fracture, we can detect any anomaly very quickly, because we are using what we call fracture media. We are never using porous media in the fracture area. So, this is experiment. We are doing before we apply it in the underground river. We put in on the left scale, and then after we know the quantity and what we call the quality and the amount of electric conductivity, we try put in the full scale. This full scale is around 60 or to 70 meters from the surface. We are going down to the cave and until reach the source of the water. They try to pouring this one. Yeah. Enggak ada ya. This is a film actually. It's not connected yet. This pouring. This is we try to pouring around 60 kilo of salt, and mix before we pour it to the underground river. This is a procedure how to pour the salt in the underground water. We mix this together and then homogeneous on all the area. This is a procedure. And then sorry. Can do this next slide, please. It's not look. Here. But we need some equipment. First, we have total weather station. Because we know the relation between temperature, rainfall, because temperature have good relation with conductivity. And then have relation with the rainfall. We set the equipment until every 5 minutes automatically. Temperature, rainfall, and so on. When there's the upper part, there's a salt, and there's a two detector. One is electric conductivity, and the second one is water level. The equipment must be set until sampling method every 2 seconds. So very accurate, with accuracy around 0.1 ppm. This is very accurate. So just put it in this area. Put it in the area. As well as in the eastern part of the area. So this is a sample chart. We can see in this area during daily light, during sunny day, the temperature increase, humidity decrease, and during the night session, temperature decrease significantly, and the humidity increase. So from this point, we can see this one is about temperature every 2 seconds, every 15 minutes. The temperature pattern, because we must be careful about the temperature because they have relation with the electric conductivity. And then what is interesting one? The can see. During pouring time, during pouring time at 6 p.m. and then after around 15 hours, the electric conductivity around this area jump very quickly, and then drop very quickly as well in around 2 minutes or 3 minutes. So what happens if the sampling time is too long, we lost information data. The key point is we must using the sample method very tightly, at least 2 seconds. Because from this picture, we can see this, the effect time only is around 3 minutes and then disappearing. So by knowing this pattern of the graph, we can see there are some relation between source and this water spring after 50 minutes. The second question, how is pathway of the underground river?
Budi, 2 minutes left.
Yeah, okay. This is sample. There's possibility of the pattern. One is direct flight, direct path. Second one to the different pathway. See? So from here you can see this is typical of the catchment area. One catchment area go to the east, and many people think about the underground river go to the east. In fact, actually not go to the east but to the west with opposite elevation of topography. So it becomes mythos. This water, the pattern of the water not follow the gravitation, but in fact actually follow the gravitation because even though topography is something like this, but actually the groundwater go to the according to topography. In the surface look like opposite with topography. Here this calculation, and then there you can see the scenario, and that's one. Here, how to calculate water balance and so you can see this possibility to use this equipment. For in another area, there's no response at all from the detector. So from here, we can see actually the water river from the Manuk River go to the Manuk Cave, go to the spring in the north part, and there are no relation between southern part of the Wuni spring water. But actually, Wuni spring water is controlled by water from the south to the north. This is typical animation of the how the direction of the underground river around this area. Sorry. It's not work. Sorry. Can give the last slide, please. Yes. So from the quick my presentation actually, we can use from the that means underground river can be detected using salt water with very high accuracy with minimum social and environmental impact. But we need for this method we need some automatic weather station, or automatic electrical conductivity, and then automatic water level, as well as table salt. And then the fourth point is the most of the origin of the spring in actually from the Manuk Cave, but direction from the surface opposite with the topography. This is the most become mythos of the people around this area, because most of the people think this is like mythos because water level, direction of water level opposite with topography. But in fact, from my studies, direction of the underground river actually follow the gravitation, but different topography. Thank you very much for the quick presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Budi. Okay, please give a warm round of applause. Okay, Pak Budi, maybe we can next for the third presenter. Our third presenter is Ibu Endah Jubaidah, okay, with the presentation entitled Numerical Modeling of Alluvial Tin Deposit and Quartz Sand as byproduct of alluvial tin processing response using induced polarization method. Ibu Jubaidah, the stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to thank you for opportunity to present our study entitled Numerical Modeling of Alluvial Tin Deposit Quartzite by Product of Alluvial Processing using Induced Polarization Method. Next. The outline of the presentation are first, basic principle of IP, second, model and simulation method, which consists of earth models, forward modeling, and inverse modeling. And the last one is the conclusion. Next. Okay. Basic principle of IP, exploration and modeling of alluvial tin deposit are crucial aspects of the mining industry. Alluvial tin deposit were formed through complex geological process. The geochemical and geophysical characteristic of this deposit vary widely depending on the depositional environment and the composition of the host rock. With technological advancement, geophysical methods have become highly effective tools mapping and characterizing a subsurface deposit. Among these methods, IP become stand out for its method to detect anomalies associated with mineralization. IP is a non-intrusive geophysical sensing technique that can be used in the field to image both the electrical conductivity and changeability of porous rock together with a characteristic relaxation time. There are two techniques in IP. First, time domain IP, and the second one is frequency in spectral IP. In this study, we will use time domain IP. Okay, there are previous study related to IP. Next. Okay, before starting the numerical simulation, a conceptual model must first be built. The conceptual model is an earth model based on data from a previous study and several references. The approach used was forward modeling, followed by inverse modeling of the resulting data. The target depth, electrode spacing, and path length in the forward modeling were adjusted to accurately detect layers. A conceptual model in the form of an earth model was built first as input data for forward modeling. The model block was built consists of 3 layers: residual material, alluvial tin deposit, and bedrock with resistivity and changeability values in the table in the left side and the depth variation in the figure in the right side. The main target of this modeling was the alluvial tin deposit layers with a layer thickness of 2 meters. It was assumed that the overburden had been stripped and was ready to be mined. This layer was located below the residual material from processing with varying thickness. Next. Okay. Forward modeling calculate the apparent resistivity and changeability section for a user-defined 2D subsurface model. The 2D Helmholtz equation is an algorithm used in forward modeling. In order to detect layers at a certain depth accurately, the target depth, electrode spacing, and path lengths are set in such a way as can be seen in Table 2. In these geometric parameters, the number of electrodes is kept constant at 33 electrodes and use a dipole-dipole array. Input data for forward modeling in mode format with algorithm and parameters as can be seen in our figure in the right side. The output of forward modeling was in the form of the apparent resistivity. The apparent changeability values and its parameters are input into a data file in a data format. Okay, next. In order to detect layers, the data file in a data format was then used as input for the inverse modeling process. The result of the inverse modeling for resistivity are shown in the middle of the figure, and for IP in the right figure. The input data for forward modeling was a block model as shown
filter is to separate the anomaly with regional, residual, and noises. The filter is based on averaging of gravity anomaly data, convolving the data with a rectangular kernel which function as a low-pass filter. For a gridded dataset, the regional value at the center point is computed by averaging all anomaly value within a defined time n window. The optimum window size is determined through the spectrum analysis, and this is the result of radially averaged power spectrum, which derived from 2D FFT. The regional is the blue, and the residual is the orange, then the rest is the noise. The depth of regional, residual, and the noise is 7.4 for the regional kilometer, then residual 1.3 kilometer, and the noise is 0.5 kilometer. And then we define the cutoff number to determine the window size, the optimum window size that used in this research, which the window use is 21. Next. Okay, then is the fast sigmoid edge detection. Is an advanced gradient based filter designed to precisely delineate the horizontal boundaries of potential field source by yielding maximum amplitude response over the edges of causative body, as proposed by Pam et al. 2021. The FSAD method is based on a modified fast sigmoid function that utilizes the vertical and horizontal derivative of horizontal gradient. This is the equation 3, 4, and 5. Next. Then the subsign function filter. This is a novel edge detection technique proposed by Pam et al. Was also utilized to identify the lateral boundaries of potential field sources. This method applies the subsign activation function, which has a shape analogous to the arctan function often used in the edge detection, so the derivative of the horizontal gradient. So in this equation of subsign function, we have the K. K is the edge resolution factor, a user-defined positive real number that is typically selected in the range of 1 to 10 for optimal results. In this research, we use 10 for the K number. Next. Next is results and discussion. This is the result of moving average gravity filter. So the A picture is the noise CBA, which is the noise cutoff. We use the window width is 13 times 13, and then the B and C is the regional and residual, which is the regional. We use the window 21, and the residual is the subtraction of the noise and regional. From this picture, we can see that the residual and the CBA, there are some important point that the anti-Clincipari didn't show in the CBA, but after the residual result, we can see the anti-Clincipari, which is in the middle of the research area with the high amplitude that spreads the low anomaly, that is the Majenang and Citandui subbasin. Next. And then this is the result of SF filters of gravity anomaly. In this research, the SF filters we apply to CBA denoise data and residual data. The CBA denoise data was the A picture, and the residual is the B picture. From this anomaly, we can see that the CBA didn't show the sum of key feature of Banyumas Basin. There is the opposite for the residual. We can see the trend of the key feature for the Banyumas Basin. But the two of these have the similar trend, where the trend is west northwest and east southeast. Next, then the next is the result of FSED filters of gravity anomaly from CBA and residual anomaly. Actually, the FSED and SF filters give the same pattern with the SF filters, but the FSED filters give the border larger edge of the anomaly than the SF filters. Next. And then this is the FSCD and SF lineament map derived from the CBA and residual anomaly of Banyumas Basin, which the FSED of CBA and SF of CBA is colored the blue, dark blue line and light blue line. The residual FSCD and SF, the orange and yellow line. From this lineament map, we can see the edge detection technique of SF and FSED filters reveals a framework dominated by west-northwest, east-southeast trend. This analysis successfully detected the key geological features with high accuracy, notably the existence of location of the Cipari anticline, which separates the basin into the Citandui and Majenang subbasin, were clearly delineated along with the inferred boundaries of the subbasin themselves. Next, conclusion. These results show the SF and FSED filters consistently revealed a predominant west-northwest, east-southeast structural trend across the complete Bogor and residual anomaly dataset. The most significant and geological coherent results were obtained from the application of the SF and FSED filters to the residual anomaly data. This methodology proved the highly effective successfully resolving key geological feature of Banyumas Basin petroleum system. The result include a robust delineation of the anticline Cipari, which structurally partition the basin into the Citandui and Majenang subbasin. Next, this is the reference. Next, okay.
Thank you
for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Hutomo, for the presentation. We still have a time, maybe. If from the audience, if there's any short question, please. Maybe one short question. Okay, if there's no question, Mas Hutomo, yeah, thank you, and please give a round of applause for Mas Hutomo. Okay, so this is the final presenter. In this session is Mr. Faisal Ghassan Faruqi with the presentation entitled Geochemical and Mineralogical Characterization of Critical Elements and CO2 Sequestration Potential in Lateritic Nickel Deposit of Pomala, Southeast Sulawesi. Okay, Mas Faisal, please give your presentation and you can use the pointers. Okay, thank you.
So, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to explain about my research, and the title is Geochemical and Mineralogical Characterization of Critical Minerals and Carbon Dioxide Sequestration Potential in Lateritic Nickel Deposit in Southeast Sulawesi, exactly in Pomala. So, for the introduction, here the global energy demand continue to rise, and Indonesia is still highly dependent on fossil fuels, with more than 88% of its primary energy in 2020 coming from fossil source. which is causing an energy crisis and climate change. However, the transition to green energy requires critical minerals for renewable energy technologies. Indonesia, especially in Southeast Sulawesi, contain not only nickel, but also other critical elements, such as scandium, cobalt, chromium, and REE. In addition, ultramafic bedrock in laterite deposit also has the potential to absorb carbon dioxide through mineral carbonation. And the aim of this research is to characterize the geochemistry and mineralogy of nickel laterite in Pomala. Next, please. So this is about the regional geology. In the left picture, this is a Sulawesi arm. The research area is located in the southeast arm. Regionally, it belongs to the eastern Sulawesi ophiolite zone. And the research area is included in the Kolakasit geological map, which is lithologically composed of the ultramafic complex, Alanga Formation, and alluvium. Next, please. For the methodology, the study involved collecting 47 samples, including fresh rock and weather lateritic soil. And laboratory analysis include petrography to determine the type of bedrock, XRD to determine the mineral, XRF to determine the composition of major elements, and ICP-MS to determine the composition of trace elements such as REE. In the right side, there are sample preparation. The sample preparation follows standard procedures such as drying, and then crushing, and then pulverizing and screening into the 200 mesh before we're going to analysis lab. Next, please. So this is about the morphological in study area. We have 3 categories in here. So we have alluvial terrains, weak undulating hills, strong undulating hills. Weak undulating hills dominate the research area, covering about almost 70% of the area in the form of small hills with the angles between 10 and 25 degrees. So in the left side is the morphological map, and in the right side is the example, is the real picture for the 3 categories of morphology in that area. Next, please. So this is the weather profile. Sampling was conducted at 2 different locations. The 2 different locations is WR01 and HM01. So WR01 is stand for Wrangler, and the other is stand for Hammer. So the laterite profile consists several horizons like topsoil, red limonite, yellow limonite, transition zone, earthy saprolite, rocky saprolite, and then last but bedrock. So this slide is explain about the color and grain size. In here, we can identify the color in each profile, indicate that the color becomes lighter as it approaches to the bedrock compared to the color near to the surface. So this is due to the influence of mineral composition and organic material, which affect color change in the nickel laterite profile. So similarly, the grain size in zones closer to the surface is finer than in zone closer into the bedrock due to influence of weathering process that cause change in grain size. The closer to the surface, the more intense the weathering tends to be. So the left part is for the Wrangler and the right part is for the Hammer. So I use Wentworth scale to classify the grain size. Next, please. So this is about the thin section that I use to classify my bedrock. So the petrographic analysis shows that the bedrock is mainly serpentinized larzolite and serpentinized harzburgite, which is in olivine and pyroxene. are present. If you see in the left picture, they are olivine, and orthopyroxene is a part of pyroxene, but most have been altered into serpentine. These bedrock types strongly influence both critical element enrichment and the potential of mineral carbon. Next, please. So this is about the result of XRD and XRF on Wrangler. In the left side is XRD result, and the right side is SRF result. So in here we have a conclusion about the XRD result, so that the limonite zone, hematite and goethite is very dominant here, and this is consistent with the high iron oxide content revealed by XRF analysis, which reached over 72%. At the same time, aluminum oxide is also relatively high, but in the other hand, while magnesium oxide and silicon oxide are very low. As we move downward to the saprolite zone, there is a major shift. XRD identifies minerals such as turpentine, talc, and some residual primary minerals. And the XRF result show magnesium oxide increasing above 19% and silicon oxide above 50%, while the iron oxide drops below 17%. This confirms that the upper limonite zone is dominated by iron oxide, while the lower saprolite zone is dominated by magnesium silicate, which is typical for lateritic profile. Next, please. For the ICPMS result, here for the left graphic, we have the conclusion about the limonite zone. Scandium concentration reach more than 60 ppm, while total REE exceed 40 ppm. Titanium and vanadium are also enriched in limonite, and all of these elements are strongly associated with iron oxide phase. In the transition zone, the concentration of this element decreased, reflecting the reduction in iron oxide and the increase of silicate minerals. And downward to the saprolite zone, scandium dropped below 50 ppm, and the REE drops below 10 ppm, and we observe instead a relative enrichment of nickel in saprolite zone. This pattern confirms that the limonite zone is the main host for the scandium, RE, and other critical elements, while the saprolite horizon is due to the nickel-rich zone. This is for the hammer. This is a similar graphic with before. So in profile hammer, we see some similarities in Wrangler result. In XRF result indicate iron oxide concentration above 47%, with aluminum oxide above 12%. Magnesium oxide and silicon oxide remain very low in this horizon. This is same with Wrangler profile. So overall, the geochemical transition in hammer is similar to Wrangler. For the ICPMS is actually like a little similar. In the yellow limonite zone, scandium concentration are particularly high. It's almost 80 to 95 ppm. At the same time, TREE concentration are also elevated, ranging from 16 to 48 ppm. Titanium and vanadium content are also high here. As in Wrangler, this element show a strong association with iron oxide. However, as we move downward into the saprolite, the concentration of these elements decrease significantly. If we look to the correlation on scandium, chromium, and cobalt, in both Wrangler and hammer profile, we found that scandium show a strong positive correlation with iron oxide and aluminum oxide. This means that the scandium is mainly hosted by iron oxide and hydroxide minerals such as goethite and hematite. At the same time, scandium show a negative correlation with magnesium oxide and silicon oxide, which are dominant in the saprolite. And for chromium, follow a similar trend. Its concentration is higher in the limonite, where it's stabilized by iron oxide, and it decreased significantly in the saprolite. Cobalt also behave in the same way, showing enrichment in limonite hosted by goethite. Next, please. And in this research, we also find the potential for carbon dioxide sequestration. If we look at the XRF result here, the XRF result for the bedrocks, it shows magnesium oxide content ranging from 30 until almost 41%. The highest was found in average bedrock, which is a bedrock type serpentinized lersolite. In this high magnesium content reflect the abundance of minerals such as olivine and pyroxene and serpentine. Why is this important? Because this magnesium silicate mineral readily react with carbon dioxide to form stable carbonate minerals such as magnesite. If we look at the reaction here, the MgO plus carbon dioxide, so it forms magnesite. So this means that the ultramafic bedrock in Pomala is not only valuable for its nickel and critical mineral, but also have a potential to serve as a natural carbon dioxide sequestrator. So about the conclusion here, in the limonite zone, in both profile, which are Wrangler and Hammer, is the main horizon for the enrichment of the critical element such as scandium, cobalt, chromium, titanium, vanadium, and TREE. The high content of this element is closely associated with iron oxide and hydroxide paste. XRF and ICP-MS results show a positive correlation between scandium, cobalt, and chromium with iron oxide and aluminum oxide, and negative correlation with magnesium oxide and silicon oxide, indicating geochemical control by oxide minerals in the laterization process. Although there is no specific threshold defining high magnesium oxide content for mineral carbonation, the presence of abundant magnesium oxide in the bedrock indicates a significant capacity to form stable carbonate mineral like magnesite during carbon dioxide sequestration. This means that the area is not only economically valuable for critical minerals, but also support carbon sequestration based climate change mitigation strategies. So next, for the acknowledgement, here this research was financially supported by the Research, Community Service and Innovation Scheme, or PPME, of Institute Teknologi Bandung 2025, and I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to PT Antam UBPN Kolaka. Next. So with this, I end my presentation. I truly appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the comprehensive presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the oral presentation, technical session 1 on resource engineering. I sincerely thank our presenter for their excellent contribution and the audience for the active participation. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to all our presenters. Okay, thank you. And now I return the session to the Master of Ceremony. I'm Wahyudi Zahar. Have a great day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for Pak Wahyu for leading this session. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of the first technical session. I would like to invite all of the speakers in this first technical session to join me in the front, because the committee would give a certificate of appreciations for your contributions. To Bapak Priambodo, Bapak Budi Sulistijo, Ibu Jubaidah, Bapak Hutomo, dan Bapak Faruqi, please go to the stage. Start from Pak Priambodo. Oh yeah, okay, all right. From the first is for the moderator. We very thankful for your role in successfully supporting this event. Let's give one more applause to all the speakers today. And ladies and gentlemen, as we are now entering the lunch time, I would like to inform you that the lunch is already served at the back, and you may enjoy and take some rest and be back at 1:40. Because after this, we will start the technical session too about mining engineering. Thank you for your attention. For the VIP attenders, please go to the VIP room because the lunch is served separately. Check. Check, ladies and gentlemen. Please notify your friends or colleagues to gather here again because our event is about to continue. As the time already showed 1:40 p.m., let's continue our event to the technical session 2. This technical session 2 is dedicated to mining engineering and will be led by Bapak Ahmad Fauzan Haryono. To Bapak Ahmad Fauzan Haryono, please come to the stage.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the oral presentation, technical session 2, mining engineering. Thank you for having me today. It's my pleasure and an honor to serve you as your moderator for this session. We will have 4 participants. It's lasting about 10 to 12 minutes and followed by a question from the audience. Now, our first presenters, Mr. Putra, please. When you're ready, please. The slide.
Check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abizar, and I'm a master's student at the Geomechanics sub-programs under mining department. So here I will present about my research, and the title is about the assessment of the laboratory rock cutting test on sedimentary rock using chisel pick cutters. I become the first author for this research, and Mr. Simangusong Wicaksana is actually my supervisor, and it involved the undergraduate student, Salsabila and Kunchoro. Kunchoro, can you please stand up for a moment? Thank you. So I will do a disclaimer. So for the manuscript, it will be mainly talk about the rock cutting test resulted from the laboratory test. But for additional information, here I will talk about the numerical and empirical too. So without any further ado, let's just start it. Next, please. So this is about the presentation outline. The first one, introductions. There's be a background there, and there's objective, and it will be closed with the conclusions. Next. Next. And this is the background of this research. Actually, when the mining engineer faced with a bunch of the rock, we can see here there's a coal-bearing formation here, and we should be using several methods, and Bilgin just group it into 2. The first one is drill and blast method, and another is mechanical excavations. Simply, as engineer, we use this graph, the most practical graph, and the input for this parameter is mechanical parameters. And after we choose the most appropriate method, we just try to evaluate by the determining specific energy and the cost. So when we talk about the rock cutting performance, it will be trying to simulate the mechanical excavations using laboratory tests. And why we have to determine that rock cutting performance? Because Muhammadi says it will be affect to our project scheduling and cost planning, and Wicaksana says that the engineer can be choose the most suitable machine for our project. And when we see in Indonesia, in 1996, there is a sneak peek here that's studied by Karamadi Brata. That's actually my lecture, and it found there's influence of intact rock properties to excavability of rock. That there is a UCS and cutting force correlation here. And Mr. Simangunsong says that sadly, there is just a very few studies that published in Indonesia in terms of rock cutting studies. So next, please. This one be objective of our research. The first one, I want to determining the physical and mechanical properties of claystone, sandstone, siltstone, and shell. This is actually samples that I use for this research. And second one, I will conduct the rock cutting test. So I can determining the rock properties parameters and the rock cutting efficiency. After that, after conducting rock cutting test, I will be calculated all the fragmentation and doing a sieve test analysis. So I can identify the size distribution and shape characteristic of the fragment. And the last one, I can doing a comparison study through the three methods. The first one is numerical method, empirical approaches using a lot of equations, and the N is laboratory observations. Next. So this is about the brief literature about the small-scale linear rock cutting test. That's actually the one of method that we want to design using a rock cutting test in the term laboratory. I mean, like, by conducting this test, we will collecting the data such as a cutting force here, normal force and side force, and then rock fragmentation. Why it become important? Because by these two inputted parameters, we can calculate the specific energy and the rock cutting behavior. There is a crushing and chipping process. Here is the illustration of cutting and chipping process. There is a crushing where the cutting process is resulting the small amount of fragmentation. And we can see that fluctuation of the force is not really significant. But for the chipping process, it will be resulting big amount of fragment. So it's necessary, or it's resulting the bigger force there we can see, and then suddenly after the fragmentation is formed, the force just significantly decrease. Next. And this is when we talk about the specific energy, it's amount of energy that we are used to cutting a bunch of the rock, of the unit volume of the rock. So the unit will be megajoule per meter cubic. There is a two, when researchers try to analyzing the specific energy, the first one is just decreasing along the deeper of the cut, and another is just decreasing and then up and going up, and we can see the depth of cut, or optimum depth of cut there. So next. There's literatures that want to predict that the value of cutting force here. This came from Evans in 58 and Rockborough 33. I have to do disclaimer that every single equation here have their assumption, so it will be resulting the various amount of cutting force here. And highlight with the yellow color is a different parameter input rather than the another equation. Next one. Evans just updated his theoretically, and I did the friction, peak, and rock for the calculation, and the N is for Nishimatsu at the 72. Next. So this is the technical road. The first one, I have to preparing the sample. There is a cell, and as I mentioned before, and after that, I just conducted to investigating the physical and mechanical properties. I conducted the UCS, BTS, etc. And then after that, I just doing a rock cutting test. It's unrelief condition. It's just using a single pick cutter there, and the cutting depth is about 1, 3, 5, and 7 millimeters. And I can calculate the force and then specific energy, as I mentioned before, and the fragmentation. After that, I just collected the debris that came from the rock cutting test, and I just doing a sieving test analysis, so I can calculate the coarseness index and doing analysis for size and shape distributions. After that, this is for additional process actually, using a numerical simulation at PFC 2 dimension, using a linear parallel bond model, so it's resulting the rock behavior in our simulation. And I do for calibration method, just conducted UCS test in the numerical simulations. Next. This one, about the small-scale linear rock cutting machines that developed in geomechanic and mining equipment laboratory in ITB. There is a compressor here, there. They're just moving the hydraulic piston. Hydraulic piston will be moved the rock sample. Actually, the pick cutters is just stay there. And then there's a load cell. There's a data acquisition system using microcontroller ESP32, and then it's just transferred to the PC, to the laptop by cloud system. And then next. Here is the side view of the arrangement of distance sensor, vertical and horizontal load cell. Distance sensor is for calculate the length of the cut, and vertical for measuring the cut normal force, and the horizontal for measuring the cutting force. And we can see that the for geometrical of the pick cutter is actually the same for all scheme in the rock cutting test. Next. This is the method for calibrations for our load cell. So actually we just get the raw data from the load cell, and then we just push the load cell using the UCS machine, so we can compare in between the raw data and the force. And after we got the calculation for linear relationship, we just inputted that because we already made the user interface for calibration program. Next. Yeah, this is about the numerical model calibration. As I mentioned before, I conducted the UCS test. I tried to copying the real rock by UCS from laboratory, and the another is from the numerical, and it's resulting the sigma C is quietly similar. So I can using these microparameters for my rock cutting simulation in numerical method. Next. This is about the result of the physical and mechanical parameters that conducted at our lab. So it will be concluded that the rock just extremely very weak here. We can see that the uniaxial compressive strength is about 0.1 until 3.1. That's extremely weak. Next. This is very interesting because this became the first documentary videos in our campus, in our lab, maybe in Indonesia, through the rock cutting process. So this is the indentation period that rock cutting process just requiring the biggest force because it's the first time the pick cutter just indent the rock. And this is crossing process when the rock cutting just produces small amount of the fragmentation. And there's a tipping, there's like a bursting fragmentation here we can see. This one, and suddenly after resulting the fragmentation, the forces just drop, and the process is just cycling until the rock cutting process is end. Next. This one is about the result from the sail lithology. We can see here that the purple dot line is the peak average for cutting force, and the red dot line is for mean for cutting force. This one is about 1 millimeters, 3 millimeters, and so on. This one just 7 millimeters, the deepest one. This one about the siltstone. Next one, sandstone, claystone, and the end, we will do the numerical simulation through PFC 2 dimensions. So by this process, we know that the behavior of cutting force that resulting for this process is just increasing by the larger amount, the depth of the cut. We can see the behavior there. Next. This one is about the cutting force and specific energy at the various steps. We can see that the larger of depth of the cut resulting the higher force. For the same depth, except for example in the tree, the stronger the rock will resulting the higher cutting force. We can see that for specific energy, the trend is just decreasing along the deeper of the cut. So we cannot find the optimum depth here, and we can see that the stronger of the rock, it's resulting the D parameters that much higher. Next. This one is about the correlation between rock strength and the force. We can see here there's a quietly similar behavior because we know that in these studies, the sigma S and the tensile strength quietly have a same ratio. It's about the 10 until 10.2 ratios. And we can see here that the sigma C and sigma, the tensile strength, it's have a positive correlation with the cutting force. So it's just supported the estimating equation that already derived by Evans, Langhammer, and Huygens. So this actually give us information that the rock strength will be influence the cutting force. Next. This one, when we try to doing predictions through our peak cutting force, we can see here for claystone and sandstone, all of the equation is not really matched with our laboratory test. We can see that the laboratory test is the green one, and all of the equation is dotted line. But for shale and siltstone, it's actually perfectly fit with the Evan 9065 equation. So this happened because the claystone and sandstone is very extremely low. It is below 1 MPa. So all of the equations cannot predictions for the cutting force here. Next. And after we doing a sieving test analysis, we can calculate the CI. CI is coarseness index. So the bigger amount of CIs will be resulting the coarser fragmentation here. As we can see here for all of the lithologist, that the deeper of the cut is resulting the more coarser fragmentation. This is just calculation example for claystone at the depth 1 millimeters, and calculation will conducted to all of the various of the depth, various of the lithologies. Next. This one is about particle size distribution for each sample. We can see there is a 8 point there. It's represent to, 6 point. It's represent to the amount of the screen that we use for sieving test analysis. We can see, next. Here is the biggest screen, and the left one is the smaller one. So for the biggest screen, it means like the biggest fragmentation for 1 millimeters depth, it's about 20 until 60%. Next. And it will be going up, it's about 60 until 80%. So this, the larger depth of the cut, it will be resulting the coarser parameters fragmentation. Next, please. This is the analysis for fine particle and coarser particle. Fine particle will be decreased, and by its consequences, the larger particle will just increasing by deeper of the cut. Next. So
Mr. Putra, please, 1 minute left.
Oh, okay. So this is about the numerical method result. It's resulting like the same behavior, deeper of the cut, resulting the force that more larger. Next. And this one about the comparison between specific energy that I mentioned before from the numerical and for the laboratory test. Laboratory test, numerical resulting the smallest amount of the specific energy because it's there is no consideration for lost energy, and there's a fully counted for the calculation. So numerical method just conducted more efficient for rocketing process here. Next. This is about the shape distributions. There is a very flat and very bladed. We're using this, we calculate the longest, intermediate, shortest length, and it's about the 53%. It's shaped like a very plated classes there. Next. This is about the conclusions here. There's a specific energy that was very influenced by the rock cutting strength, and there is a cutting force increasing the depth will be increasing the force, and the formula that successfully predicted for siltstone and shellstone using Evan in 1965, but as a calculation, deeper depth of the cut resulting the roughness of the fragmentation. And for the form analysis, there's just very bladed and very platy, and specific energy just for numerical modeling is about the more effective rather than laboratory experiment. Next. So this for, I want to say thank you for FTTM, and it's carried out by financial support from PPME programs. So this reference. So I hope the finding of this research will be provide some useful data for rock cutting process in Indonesia and become a catalyst for rock mechanical studies in our country. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, now we have some time for question from the audience, please? Anyone? Please.
Okay, test. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon for everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hafiz from Mining Engineering ITB. Okay, I've been following the presentation which broadly discussed the rock cutting process in relation to the behavior of mechanical excavation in mining. So my question is, how far can this finding on this analysis or this study be applied to the excavation practice in mining operation in Indonesia? Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Can I answer it? Yeah. Thank you for your questions. The question is quite interesting, like how far this finding of the experiment can be applied in a mining Indonesia. I would say because of this is a basic research using a laboratory approaches, and we're just doing a simplification for all of the things, for the geometrical, for the shape of the pick cutter. Maybe when we try to apply to excavators in a mining, it's not really feasible. But we have to know that this research, because the basic is laboratory scale test, already at least we know the behavior between the cutting force that resulting and then specific energy and its efficiency through its relation with the mechanical properties of the rock. And yeah, Professor Jamal Rostami ever said is actually lecture from, I don't remember it, but it's very famous in the rock cutting. It says that by conducting the laboratory tests, we also see the behavior of that. So it's become the primary research when we try to apply to the real or the actual mining operations. And as we know, there's a small scale linear rock cutting test. It should be, there's a full scale there. But we cannot do in our laboratory. So Mr. Jamal Rostami says that if we want to do and we want to apply to the real mining process, the laboratory test must be conducted by full scale. So yeah, that's about my speech. I hope that you already know about my answers.
Okay. Wonderful answer, Mr. Putra. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Now we next to second presenter, Mr. Siddiq. Please come forward. Mr. Siddiq has a title of presentation, The Influence of Optimum Compaction Variation on UGS Value of Disposal Material in Open Pit Coal Mine. Please, Mr. Siddiq, when you're ready.
Okay, thank you for moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The first, I would like say thank you for the Ishigiri community. Because I can present my research today. My paper, the title is The Influence of Optimum Compaction Variation on the UCS Value of Disposal Material in Open Pit Coal Mine. I am his first author with my supervisor, Professor Budi Sulistianto, Mr. Trikaryan, and Professor Supandi. Next. Let me to introduce myself. My name is Hidayatullah. I'm a doctoral researcher in Mining Engineering Department in ITB, and I'm a lecturer also in Institute Teknologi Nasional Yogyakarta. Next. This is outline my presentation. The first one is introduction, that is background about my research. The second is material sample, and then presentation testing, research and discussion, and conclusion. Next. The introduction is, we know open pit coal mine is very large pit and needs consider for the distance and location for disposal area. In this research, my material composition is sandstone and claystone mixture from the Warukian Formation in the South Kalimantan. That is for the geomechanically very soft and less than 1 megapascal. For the disposal design process, determine physical and mechanical properties is very important. One of the mechanical properties that is UGS, uniaxial compressive strength. What's special about the my study or my research? UGS test for the disposal material, we need remolded material before, and then we must change the level compaction determined based on the moisture content. Next. If we look together in this picture, formation, overburden and interburden to open pit coal mine, that is sand and clay. That is what say is a bulk sample from disposal material, and then we must remolded material for compaction variation 60%, 90%, and 100%. Next. We can see that graphic distribution analyze. More than 16% the material has determined less than 0.1 millimeter. That is very fine sand or the seal, and effect it is mechanical behavior. And then the second picture, we can see that optimum compaction from dry density and moisture content. Next. This is the preparation test for the UGS. We must measure before the UGS test, that is diameter and height and width about the sample, and then we run the mechanical machine, apply load axially until the sample rock or bricks, and then record data maximum load indicated to proving the ring. Next. We can say the result discussion. If we look the specimen with the moisture start from the 11.57%, that's blue line drag. We can show peak stress value for the 198, and then we continue the increase moisture content until the peak the optimum moisture content. Next. After that, we can determine the variation compaction and the UGS value. We can see next. That is change moisture content from the position in dry density 1.43 until the optimum density in 1.67. That is 100 compaction variation. change dry density value and affect the UCS value. As the moisture content increase the UCS value until the reset of optimum moisture content and maximum dry density point. Next, this is conclusion. At the moisture content level below the optimum water acts as a lubricant, and when moisture content is above the optimum, the activity in the soil to fine wheel the excess water, not solid particle. So the UCS value at 100% until the 80%, compaction will be decreased. Next, this is acknowledgement. I would like to say thanks for the management PT Borneo Indobara, and then to my supervisor who has direct writing this paper, and PT Indrakarya Laboratorium to supporting data my laboratory. Next, thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you for the presentation, wonderful presentation, Mr. Siddiq. Now to the audience, please, if you have any question. Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Mas Siddiq, for the presentation. I have at least two questions. The first one is, how do you manage the moisture content of each of your samples? And then my second question is, because lately there has been an increasing interest of geomechanical properties for petroleum engineering scope of works. How, in your knowledge, how would a rock sample which contain at least two phases, for example, oil and water, and how those two fluids affect its UCS? Those are two of my questions. I hope it can be answered. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Wonderful question. Please, Mr. Siddiq, your answer.
Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Ivan. Okay, thank you. The question number one, for the managed moisture content in my sample UCS. The first, we can drain material in the outset area, and then we try to add water. We can try one by one for the material, and then we must weighting the material, and then we can put on the open, and then we can weight again until same or near or close the moisture content from the compaction material. So the managed material is we always check for the moisture content in the material from the oven, and then weighting material. Number two question, maybe my knowledge just in the water content because with the UCS, if the oil or UCS, that is interest research for the next future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siddiq. Please give an applause to Mr. Siddiq. Okay, we are going to the next presenter. To Mr. Sabdar, please come forward. Yes. Mr. Sabdar have a title, Great Uncertainty Analysis Using Conditional Simulation Technique in Nickel Laterite Resources Estimation at Location X. Okay, Mr. Sabdar, when you ready.
Ready. All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Muhammad Sabdar with the other author, Mr. Tommy Alvin Rifai, and also Muhammad Nur Heriawan as my supervisor too. So at these days, we know nickel laterite has become one of the most important metals in the world, especially for vehicle industry or battery. And then talking about nickel laterite in Indonesia, we know that very highly heterogeneous. With that heterogeneous can make us to some like compete, and I mean in challenge to us. So with this topic, we going to research today about great uncertainty analysis using conditional simulation techniques in nickel resource estimation at location X. Next, please. All right, talking about introduction. First, nickel laterite deposit, especially across the domain, as usual, limonite, subrock, and bedrock, are heterogeneous. And then using conventional estimation like ordinary kriging or multiple indicator kriging, the result is tend to smooth and then does not represent at risk. So, in other hand, if we use sequential Geoscience simulation like SGS, it can produce ensembles that capture variability and also uncertainty in a more realistic way. This is the horizon layer data from the bright color topsoil limonite and also to the darker is saprolite and bedrock. Next, please. This study aimed to three objects. First, how is great uncertainty related to data spacing and spatial continuity? And then second, what is the added value of SGS atau simulation compared to ordinary kriging and multiple indicator kriging? And the last is how to build an internal confidence framework for resource classification and infill drilling. Next, please. Before going deeper about the study, let me highlight some limitation. First, there is no KIKC logs available, so which is become the limited to the data, and then domain name provided by the company. It will be potential model driven bias, and then there is no tonnage reporting. So we just focus on grade, probability, and confidence. To mitigate that issue, we did cross validation, kriging neighborhood analysis, SGS convergence test, and relative standard deviation maps. Next. This study is location X at Southeast Sulawesi, covering around 308.9 hectares with 1,475 drill holes. We modeled 6 variables as a major variables like aluminum, nickel, cobalt, ferrum, magnesium, and silica dioxide. And then we divide it to 3 horizon as usual as general, limonite, saprolite, and bedrock. So domain provided by company and used as it is. This is the picture about the distribution of the data in 2-dimensional and 3D dimensional. Next, please. To prepare the data, composite was carried out by the horizon. The value is 1 meter by dominant vertical length 1 meter, and then the clustering was to do to reduce the bias. And then why we do the clustering? Because our drill hole spacing varies in meter, like 25, 50, and 100. And then we did capping for outlier to remove or to treat the noise. And then we built a block model by grid size 12.5, 12.5 by 1 meter. This is the composite by before and the after transformation. and then the clustering and capping outlier by the gradient of NP plot. Next. And this is the domain solid model. We build a model by the data, limonite solid model, saprolite, and bedrock. Next. This is served as a geostatistical to modeling. Next, please. Okay, talking about geostatistical methods, we did three methods, conventional versus modern. In conventional, we did ordinary kriging, will provide local mean and kriging variance. At different estimation, we did multiple indicator kriging or MIK. This will be result probability distribution at several cutoff. In other hand, we use SGS, sequential Gaussian simulation, will produce assemble enable E-type standard deviation, quantile such as P10, P50, and P19, and also probability variable above a cutoff. This is the illustration, the difference above three methods. When we are conditioning data in a black dot, when we use estimation with the data, will tend to smooth. But in a reality, like a true data, we have undulating pattern. So with doing simulation, we can measure the dispersion about that. Next. Okay, for the next process is modeling the variogram. By modeling the variogram, we just run the industrial standard procedure before modeling the estimation. So experimental, like in the left and the right table, a parameter variogram, doing by per horizon and variable. And then we can see from the table, this is from limonite, this slide from limonite, nickel variogram show significant nugget and variable range. That means complexity in the raw data. Next. This one for the saprolite. Next. And this one for the bedrock. Next. Okay. Continue about the variography. Along about estimation, we must to make a variogram to simulation. So we transform the data to log normal. Make a data mean approximately 0, and then standard deviation minus 1 and plus 1. And same like before, we have experimental variogram and then parameter variogram. Next, please. Next. Next sama. To secure or to ensure our searching is good, so we apply kriging neighborhood analysis or KNA. By using testing search radius, sector minimum and maximum sample, we got the optimum search radius for estimation by unimetric slope of regression and then kriging efficiency. So with the data, we can see that in saprolite will be best reliability better than limonite and bedrock. And then as a rule of thumb, we make if SR or slope regression above 0.7 and kriging efficiency above 0.5, you are considered good. Next. This is same for saprolite. Next. And for bedrock. Next. Here the result about conventional estimation. So ordinary kriging maps and multiple indicator kriging maps, smooth grade distribution. So like a principle before, using conventional will tend to smooth the data, but in the right side, we must determine the probability. I mean the indicator as a role to use the multiple indicator kriging. By use the multiple indicator kriging, the result more conservative and better representation of the tails. The result indicate that the nickel grades are higher in the saprolite compared to the limonite or bedrock horizon. Next. Okay, next, about conditional simulation. This is the difference about estimation and simulation. The difference is when we doing simulation, we got multiple realization, like simulation 1, 15, and 100 is the example. But we did 100 simulation to keep the conservative and then consistency of the data. The other result of simulation, we got mean simulation, or we called E-type. E-type close to ordinary kriging mean, but standard deviation or the confidence level 95 reveal uncertainty. And then we got the other product of simulation, we can get probability above, for example, cut off 1.8%. Next. So with the probability maps that we got, can highlight the ambiguous zones. This is good for target for infill drilling. Next. This is same like before, just bedrock and the validation. Talking about validation, how we know the quantity of error or the best, the quantity of our modeling before. So talking about estimation, if we compare about nickel and nickel limonite, the difference is small by 0.06. We can see in the histogram or the sweat plot, the 10 for the term is similar like that. Next. This same what saprolite. Next. And then this one for bedrock. Next. At the end, we're going to compare validation about estimation versus simulation. Using mean of SES or E-type versus nickel raw data versus simulation, for example, simulation 1 to until 100, and then versus nickel using ordinary kriging, because the difference with reference is small. Why? Because the difference only 5%. Yeah, it can be consumed as a good. It means that our modeling, even the estimation or the simulation, is similar to the raw data or the distribution of the data in the field, in the mining area. You can see in the histogram or the sweat plot, even in the vertical or the horizontal direction is going well or fit well. Next. Same like before, this is for saprolite. Next, and bedrock. Next. Talking about discussion, so uncertainty driven by data spacing and variogram continuity, not great also, not great only. So with ordinary kriging or multiple indicator kriging, useful for global control. SGS provides local risk quantification. Ambiguous zones, or especially in medium probability, align with sparse data area. Internal confidence framework supports risk-informed decision. This is the picture about relative standard deviation about our modeling simulation that have small number. It means that our simulation compete or fit with the data in the mining area. Next.
1 minute left.
Yeah, this is the conclusion. So SGS provides risk quantitation with several products, and then ordinary kriging tends to smooth, but MIK tends to be conservative. And uncertainty hedges at 100 meter spacing and domain boundary. Internal confidence framework like ABC statement offers transparent support for exploration decision. Next. This is thanks to, of course, LTB, my supervisor and company collaborator. Next. This is references. Next. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, very good presentation. Now we have some time for a question. Maybe anyone have a question? Anyone? Okay, thank you, Mr. Sabdar. Please. Okay, we are going to the next presenter. Welcome to Pak Adi Wijna. Please come forward. Mr. Adi Wijna have a title presentation, Stabilization of Waste Dam Material in Open Pit Coal Mining Using Chemical Treatment. To Mr. Adi Wijna, when you're ready.
Okay, so good day everybody. This afternoon I will be presenting my research about stabilization of waste dam material in open pit coal mining using chemical treatment. My name is Padmanata Adiwijna. So, okay, next, can you go to the background slide? Background slide, next, and another next, yes, thank you. Okay, so actually this is a case study located in Borneo and Kalimantan. This is a company located in Kalimantan, so they have encountered a problem that there is a waste dump. Since they have a very large number of production, they have to build their waste dump very high. But there's a problem still. Their waste dump are built in on top of a very unstable layer, so they have some stability issue related to the base of the material. So actually in the location there's some traditional approach. I think these are such as geogrid and then counterweight, but it cannot achieve the height they want. So I think chemical stabilizations can be addressed as one of the solutions to the height problem. And can you next? Next again. Okay, so in this study, actually there are two materials. The first one is the orange one, which is the waste dump material, and then there are the line one, which is the foundation material. So the waste dump material is obtained from the pit, and then the foundation material is the soft material. In this case, is modeled as a weak layer since it has very low in terms of cohesion and internal friction of angle. Okay, can we go next? Okay, so in this study, actually there is two main tests. There are UCS, and the other one is direct shear stress to obtain the cohesion and internal friction of angle. Can we go next? Next, please. Okay, so these are the mechanical and physical properties. So the waste dump material is low plasticity clay, and the foundation of the material is high plasticity silt with the UCS, V, and cohesion as fill. Distribution. So as you can see, it's mostly silt and clay. Next, please. Okay, so these are the sample preparation I'm using. Basically, there are 8 scenarios. So basically, in the first 4 is just cement, and the other 4 is ion exchange. So the ion exchange, I keep the ratio is still at 1 kilogram of ion exchange per meter cubic of material. And then the cement, I'm using 60, 80, 100, and 120 kilogram of cement. Can we go next? Okay. Okay, so these are the results. The first one is UCS over time. What we have here is, the left one is the waste dump material, and the right one is the foundation material. As we can see on the left one and the right one, both are give us a very similar trend, which is the most farthest increase it at first 7 day, and then it can keep increasing for the 14, 21, and 28 day. So I will explain it to you later in the discussion part. Can we go next first? Okay, so these are the Young modulus of the foundation, for the waste material. So the Young modulus after treatment is significantly increased. As you can see over here, from the lowest, which is 4%, it is 81 for the just cement and 82 times for material with ion exchange. And then at some point, it will go up as high as 88, and then after that point it's go down, not as effective since it's too much cement. Can you go next? Okay, so these are quite the same trend, I think. These are for the foundation material, we have over here, it increase depend of the cement content, and peak at in this type is 8% of the cement, and then at some point it will go down or decrease if you like it. So yeah, certainly there is a certain point after that the material is not as effective as the before, and then the height, the material improvement gonna be increased up to 65 times or 71 times for the material with ion exchange. Can we go next? Okay, so these are the cohesion. The cohesion for the waste material, as we can see over here, with material with ion exchange is significantly higher, both in peak cohesion and residual cohesion, compared to a material with just cement. I'll explain to you later about it, but in this part, yeah, we can see that the increase of the material is very depend on the composition of the cement, and then it peaked at 171%, or just cement, and 174% for cement and ion exchange. Okay, can we go next? Okay, so these are for the foundation material. I think the trend is very similar, but as we can see over here, I think there is a big leap in ion exchange and just soil and cement, since basically the foundation material is a mud. So if you compare it to the improvement material, the improvement will be very huge, not as before, since before the material is at optimum moisture content, so the leap is not as big as this foundation material. Next. Okay, so these are for the internal friction angle. The result are the same, with ion exchange keeps provide more improvement than just cement, which is the improvement is about 20%. So yeah, and there is like before, there is a optimal cement content, and then it will go decreases. And these are for the foundation material. It's the same. The main difference is the improvement percentage is much higher in this one, since I said before that the foundation material is basically a mud. It's very low in cohesion and friction angle. So yeah, it will give you a much higher percentage. So yeah, these are the discussion. So the first all is the leftiest. This is the image from the scanning electron microscope. The leftiest one is the soil. The center one is soil and cement, and the rightest one is soil, cement, and ion exchange. Can we see here? Soil and cement give us a bit of more compact structure compared to the soil one, but soil, cement, and ion exchange give us much better. So that's why it has more cohesion and more friction angle, and also more UCS value. Okay, so I'll explain to you why we have a much higher number. Earlier I stated that it's about 87% to 88% regarding the UCS. So this is what happened actually. The first one is silicate hydrolysis. Basically there are two, silicate and aluminate. Basically silicate gives you the CHH gel, and the aluminate one gives you CAH gel. So both are interacted with the clay material of the soil, so it's well bond together. And this one is the explanation of what happened with soil stabilization. Earlier, the soil stabilization give you much higher than the just cement in the same cement percentage. So what happened is the ion exchange interact with the natrium inside the clay, and then it's exchanged with the calcium. So it's become clay and calcium, and then it release the natrium in a bigger part. The natrium will react as salt, basically. Yeah. And then okay, this one is the microstructure, as we can see over here. What I stated before. As you can see, there's these are the clay material over here. And then, as you can see on the left part, actually there is a CSH and CAH gel surrounding the clay material, so that's why it was very, very strong. And on the right part, you can see that there is a needle kind of like structure over there that's called edge ringlet. Edge ringlet is a result of cement hydration, and that's what give the material its early stage. As you can see before that, from 0 to 7 days, it's very, very high increase in material strength. So that's the edge ringlet part. Okay, so after I got the result, I try to implement it on the study case. I think the best one is using embankment like this. I built an embankment with this dimension on the part, on the two of the structure, and then as you can see over here, the factor of safety is increased from before under 1 to right now 1.9. So it big increase in terms of factor of safety. And then as we can see here, if we look at the government regulation, it's still a big window to improve. So we can improve the height and the overall slope angle of the structure. Can you go next? Yeah, so these are the result I obtained. So we can optimize the dimension of the structure using this embankment, and we got there's some option we can choose, and I think the best one is the leftiest one, which is the 100. And can you go next? And this one, the dynamic one. This is the dynamics and stability, and I think this is the farthest we can go since the dynamic stability is already at 1.1. So according to government regulation, it's already at the lowest factor of safety. And these are the conclusion, which is with, sorry, go back. Yeah, these are the conclusions. So as you read, the left part is initial design, and the right part is the potential height. So with the soil stabilization, you can improve the overall dimension of the structure. Can you go next? So these are the conclusion. I will read the conclusion. The first one is slope stability mainly occurs to saturated vein grains as weak plane. Secondly, chemical stabilization, cement and ion exchange significantly improve UCS, cohesion and friction angle. The third one is same image confirm the macrostructural shift from porous to dense and well bond. The fourth one is embankment enforcement, raise the factor of safety and enable higher dam design. And lastly, the combined approach provide a practical framework for safer and more efficient waste dam management in similar case. Okay, thank you. Can you go next? Yeah. So, lastly, I will to acknowledge PT Borneo Indobara, PT Diva Mahakarya, Geomechanic and Equipment Lab, Soil Mechanic Lab, and lastly, Hydrogeology and Hydrochemical Lab. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. If there are questions, I would love to answer it.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the floor is open for a question.
Okay, is there a question? Yeah. Good. Anyone?
Any question? Okay, if there is no question, thank you to Mr. Adiwit. An applause to Mr. Adiwitsnya, and that concludes oral presentation. Concludes oral presentation season 2 mining engineering. On behalf of all presenters and the audience, I would like to thank you for your attention and active participation. Now to the presenters, please come forward for a certificate.
To all the speakers of the second technical sessions, we encourage you to go forward to Pak Putra, Pak Sidik, Pak Sabdar, dan Pak Adiwijna to receive the certificate of Okay, for the moderator first. Thank you. Thank you for Pak Sidik. And the third speaker. And last speaker of this session. Thank you very much. Let us give applause. And now, as the end of the second sessions, let's us move to the next agenda, which is poster presentations. All the speakers of the poster presentation are expected to stand beside the poster to explain the study of their paper and also build a constructive discussions with the audience. And the duration is about 30 to 45 minutes. ladies and gentlemen, we also have served a light meal in the back, so you can enjoy light meal together with build constructive discussions. Check. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because this time is already showing 15:30 and marking the end of the poster sessions. For each of the speaker of the poster sessions, please stand beside your poster because we will have some documentations to each of the speakers. To the documentation team, please help for the technical. For you who still put curiosity about the research, can further contact for the representative of each poster. We give our highest appreciation to all the speakers of the poster presentations who already put a big effort in preparing today's poster sessions. And we are arrived at the last technical sessions. Our last technical sessions is come from metallurgical engineering, which will be moderated by Bapak Abdul Rashid. to Bapak Abdul Rashid. Please come to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the. So in this last technical session, we will have two presenters, which will present their latest development or their latest research. So first, I would like to invite the first presenter. Dr. Nurul Huda Halim, which will present his research topic about preparation of mesocarbon microbeads from heavy coal tar, effects of operating parameters during tar distillation. So please welcome Dr. Nurul Halim to the stage. So yeah, Dr. Nurul Halim, please, you will have 12 minutes of presentation. You can start now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to the last session of the today conference. First, we gratefully thanks to organizer of IceGear 2025 for today's opportunity, and we will present our research result with the title "The Effect of Operating Parameter During Mesophase Pitch Extraction on the Characteristic of MCND." And we are from Metallurgical Engineering Department. Okay, as you can see here, over the past decade, the growing of electric vehicle is continue to grow rapidly. In last year, 2024, almost more than 25%. 25% growth in sales. And as seen in this figure, the EV consists of 5 main components, which battery become the main component as the core. As you can see, the EV battery count for 40% of the EV price, and it's quite expensive for nowadays. And we heard that if you replace the battery, it's similar as you buy the new EV. So and also the major technology is still a lithium-ion battery, which use anode for which use graphite for the anodes. And the anode itself consists or represent 20% of the weight, battery weight, and it takes almost 50 kilograms of graphite for each EV. And it consists of pure graphite, pure graphite. And as you see in here, the supply demand for battery component in China, North America, and Europe, which are the major battery producer in the world. And in 2030, there will be a huge gap that need to be filled regarding the battery material. For example, for anode, almost 1 million outside China, Why? Because nearly 90% of graphite or for anode production it come from China. Indonesia in the future maybe in progress. And also this make for some country like United States and Japan, the graphite become the critical material that need to find the alternative source or feeding material. And also Indonesia have planned to have EV battery plant. So we need also to find a better alternative material rather than graphite itself. The key requirement for battery anode are high electrochemical performance, stability, safety during the use and production, and also sustainability in terms of the supply. And as you can see here, the graphite, while widely used, but have major drawbacks regarding the supply risk issue, because 90% of the graphite come from China, and also it needs extremely high temperature for carbonization. On the other hand, for hard carbon, it poses hazardous material because it comes from resin and also have low performance but high cost. And another option is soft carbon. For example, MCMB. It offers excellent performance and safety, and also have low carbonization temperature. And it is one of the best options we have today for the anode material. This is the ideal MCMB properties. One of them is spherical shape, high packing density, high capacity, and the MCMB can be synthesized from the graphite. Synthetic graphite, which come from coal tar pitch, and coal tar pitch itself is byproduct from coking plant, usually in iron and steel industry that use blast furnace technology. So we can use byproduct from the industry. Some in Indonesia it referred as hazardous material or B3, if we can convert it carefully, we can produce synthetic graphite and then MCMB. However, we cannot directly convert or use the CTP or coal tar pitch to MCMB because the CTP has high ash content and also low softening point. Thus, we need to overcome this problem. Therefore, our research conduct the static sedimentation to reduce ash content, and also after that we got MHTV, modified heavy tar. We distillate to obtain the modified heavy tar pitch, and also to improve the softening point, we do thermal treatment in nitrogen gas atmosphere, and then we do extraction or conversion to mesophase pitch, by varying some variable operating conditions such as heating temperature, holding time, and heating rate. And after we got the mesophase pitch or MP, we extract the MCMB, and then we analyze by using XRD, FTIR, and SEM-EDS. In XRD, we check the interlayer spacing, stacking height, and the number of stacking layer. And for FTIR, we try to understand the change in chemical bond in the pitch. And also for SEM-EDS, we want to know the morphology, element composition, and the particle size area of the particle of the resulting MCMB. And here is the result. For the static sedimentation, as you can see, can reduce the ash content from 1.6 to 0.2 in MHT, and because the zinc hydroxide can react with the silica and alumina to form a large particle that easily precipitate. The MHTP have a quinoline insoluble content around 11%. That's good for nucleation. And also the MHTP also have the ratio of carbon per hydrogen around 1.8 that good for mechanical strength. And we also see that the thermal MHTP have a softening point 120 that improve 50% than previous in MHTP, and it's very good for stabilization of the MCMB later. This is the XRD pattern or result of MCMB 1, 2, and 3 that has a heating temperature of, as you can see here, 410, 30, and 450. And as seen here, the higher temperature increase the spacing layer and spacing number that good for the MCMB. And also it means the higher temperature can provide better stacking and aromatic layer form and also reduce the viscosity of the tar pitch during the process of conversion, and also that's why make the order of the graphitic component better. And for the FTIR, the change, as you can see, the aromatic index not so different between this sample. So it means the heating temperature didn't change the aromaticity index or the conversion of the organic material into aromatic compound. And here the SEM result, and with the higher temperature, the particle size area becomes smaller due to more nucleation during the process of MP to MCMB. It is indicate much better. Higher temperature give better crystallinity later. And here the effect of holding time, 1, 2, and 3 hours. And as we seen here, the holding time for 3 hours give better MCMB properties, more higher LC, and also higher number of stacking layer. And also the longer holding time period in FTIR give lower aromaticity index, and which mean promote the mesophase domain growth for the MCMB. It's quite difficult to spot the point because we cannot use this. And also the effect of holding time on the SEM EDS, the particle size area drastically drop up to 0.18 micrometers per square, 3 hours holding time. It means compared to the heating temperature, the holding time provide more significant effect on into the MCMB properties. So that's why the 3 hour will be used in our one of we use for next experiment. And the last variable operating condition that we study is the heating rate. From the LC and N number, not so different between this variation of heating rate, but slower heating rate provide more time and for the carbon to experience crystallization and give smaller carbon area in the MCMB. And in aromatic index, the change in the heating rate not so different or not give a certain trend for the aromaticity index. Compared to the holding time and the heating temperature, the heating rate has minor effect on the MCMB properties. This is still initial research, and we continue to do optimization of the operating condition and also change the media or the raw material from another type of cooking plant. From the same ADS also the slowing heating rate only slightly change the particle size slightly. And here is the conclusion for the today presentation. Static sedimentation pre-treatment on heat-treater can reduce the S content to 0.2%, and thermal treatment of MHT can increase the softening point into around 120. But excessively high temperature can cause formation of a secondary KI, which affect the microstructure of MCMB. And based on our experiment, the optimum condition for the MCMB production is final temperature 450 degrees Celsius, holding time of 3 hours, and also heating rate around 5 degrees per minute, with that result in small and uniform microstructure, and also this value of from the XRE result. Although the present MCMB microstructure remain non-spherical, and suboptimal as anode precursor, the crystallinity already meet the requirement and highlighting potential to further optimization in energy storage application. Maybe that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Halim, for the presentation. So it's time for the Q&A session. So if from the audience, if you have any question, please raise your hand, and you can come to the the committee will provide you the microphone to give your question. Okay, Ivan.
Thank you, Dr. Halim, for the presentation. My first question is, for the future work, how do you deal with the non-sphericity of the MCMB product? And then the second one is, in my logic, that once you upscale such kind of production, there will be parameters that must be re-optimized. And out of those three, the heating rate, temperature, and so on, which one is the most sensitive to the scale or the size of the production? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ivan, for the question. For the coal tar pitch conversion, the first problem is we can get the consistent coal tar pitch from the coking plant, because maybe every day or every month they change the blending ratio of coal. It's one the biggest challenge, because it will change the later stage or the process. And also if we storage the coal tar pitch for longer period, they will be naturally sedimented. Some particle will be sedimented and change the composition also. But for this between these three types, we need to optimize the heating temperature and stage, and also the holding time, and also because as you see before, there are more than 5 steps. We need to optimize step by step from beginning until the end
to get the promising MCMB from the coal tar pitch. I think so. More work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Halim. Mr. Ivan, do you have any follow-up questions or? Okay, thank you. Is there any other question from the audience? If not, okay, so let's applaud to Dr. Nurul Huda for his technical presentation. It's really nice and really informing us about the recent development of potential of using graphite. I mean, using the graphite as the potential replacement for anode materials for our EV vehicles. So coming to the second presentation, or the last for today session, is I will invite Dr. Zela Tanega Ikhlas to the stage. He's going to present his research on the topic on the solution behavior of nickel, cobalt, ferrous, and magnesium from limonitic nickel ore under atmospheric and high pressure leaching conditions. To Dr. Zela, please, you have 12 minutes to present.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I'd like to thank Pak Ivan and team for the opportunity for organizing this conference. And I also like to thank ladies and gentlemen here for staying late until the end of the session. So I'll be presenting last today. I'll be presenting my students' research on the dissolutions of nickel, cobalt, iron, and magnesium from limonitic nickel nitride ore under atmospheric and high pressure acid conditions. So let's get to it. We know that Indonesia produces almost half of the global nickel production. Right, so we have about 42% of the global nickel reserves, and we also have 25% of the global nickel resources. So we are leading in terms of nickel production and resources. And those produced nickels, they are mainly used for stainless steel. So it is responsible for about 66% of the global nickel consumption. Next to it is batteries. So about 60% of the global nickel is consumed for batteries, and there are other uses for nickel alloys, for foundries, steels, and others. So this batteries use is a recent trend. If you see from the graph on the left, you see that the nickel use for batteries is around 5% in 2021, and now it goes up to 60% now in 2025. And many major consulting companies and also global institutions already predicted that the nickel production will, the nickel demand will increase significantly. If you see from the graph on the left, you see the blue color bar. It shows organic nickel consumption. That's without EV scenario. So without even this booming of EV electric vehicles, nickel consumption will increase naturally. So with EV consumption, it will increase significantly, up to 3% growth. And if the EV consumption or EV adoption is going well, going very well, then the nickel growth can increase as high as 4.3% annually. So whether EV adoption is good or not, nickel consumption will still increase naturally. And we are in a position to actually benefiting from it because we have the most resources from nickel. And this is the Indonesian nickel industry tree. So fortunately, we must also appreciate the government's movement in enabling the nickel industry in Indonesia. So we now have a full supply chain, both for stainless steel production and also for batteries production. So we have the full scale of upstreams nickel processing, both for pyrometallurgy or hydrometallurgy, for processing the high-grade nickel and the low-grade nickel. The high-grade nickel is usually processed through pyrometallurgy to produce stainless steel, and the majority of the low-grade nickel will need to go to hydrometallurgy process called the high-pressure acid leaching process at the bottom part of the diagram. And you see that we can produce pure nickel, whether as electrolytic nickel or nickel sulfate, that goes to the precursors plant that continue to feed the battery plant. So we have now the full-scale supply chain, although it's still imbalanced. So the majority of our industry is still in the upstreams. I think we only have this year 2 precursor plants and only 1 battery plant that only absorb the minority of our nickel production, so that we can still improve in that aspect. But nevertheless, we have all the industry now in Indonesia. And this is the nickel laterite mineralogy. If you see here, there are 2 types of nickel laterite ores that exploited now here in Indonesia. There's a limonitic nickel ore and saprolitic nickel ore. So this is a profile of the nickel deposits. So all nickel deposits will have these 2 layers. So the top layers is the lower grade nickel. If you see from the left bars, you see that the limonite layer will have a very high nickel, will have a relatively lower nickel content, but higher iron content. But then if you go to the lower part, you will see the saprolite layer will have a higher nickel content, but also have a higher magnesium content. When we looking at the ore characteristics, these 2 ores will have a very different characteristic in terms of processing efficiency. So for the nickel laterite ores, for the limonitic nickel laterite ores, it's usually processed through hydrometallurgy because it has lower magnesium content. But for saprolitic ore, it is commonly processed through pyrometallurgy route. This is example of the characteristic of Indonesian nickel laterite ores. As you see from the bullet points, the cutoff grade for the saprolite is higher. It is a high grade ore, and the limonite is lower. It is a lower grade ore. But I would also like to show the difference in the mineral characteristics. So the main mineral components of limonitic nickel laterite ore is goethite or iron or oxyhydroxide, and while the main mineral composition, crystalline mineral composition of saprolite is magnesium silicate, in terms of serpentine magnesium silicate. And this is the chemistry of the HPAL process. The fundamental or the basic is very well known. So the red and the blue chemical reactions are the one that we'd like to see in this experiment mainly. When we have all this, when we do processing of any ore, it's difficult to have a very pure ore, right? The ore will compose of very complex elements, but there are a couple of valuable elements in these nickel laterite ores, namely the cobalt and nickel. So when we process the ore, we like the process to be selective towards the valuable elements, right? We'd like our reagents consume only these valuable elements, while the other elements does not consume our reagents to minimize the cost, right? So in that aspect, the HPAL process has a very high advantage, that is, it is selective against iron. So if you remember in the earlier slides, I show you that the limonitic nickel laterite ores contain high amount of iron, while it has a low concentration of magnesium. So the HPAL process, it selectively extracts nickel against iron, because if you see on the graph here, this graph over here, it shows that iron at a very high temperature, it's not stable and it will form hematite, and that hematite will release acid. So the mechanism is the acid will dissolve the goethite, but when the iron sulfide form, it will precipitate as a hematite because it's not stable. When it's precipitated as hematite, it will release the acid back into the process, and the acid will do the cycle all over again. So that is a very efficient process, right? Nevertheless, we know the basic chemistries, and we know that the industry is proven. We have a few plants right now in Indonesia. Actually, we have 5 plants currently working very well in the industry. The problem is there's a lack of technical data. So we know it works very well, but we don't really know, can we optimize it? If we'd like to optimize it, which direction we should optimize it? So we'd like to have a technical background, a technical data for high pressure acid leaching and atmospheric pressure acid leaching, which we use to compare the HPAL process as a basis for future development. So that's the first objective, and the second is to determine the acid consumption, obviously, because that's the driving force of these processes. And the third is to identify the dominant and leach phase in the residue after the HPAL and the atmospheric leaching process. So this is so one of the main reasons why there's a lack of data is because the experiment is quite expensive. The equipment is very rare. So the autoclave, we don't have many autoclave that is made of titanium here in Indonesia. So it's quite an expensive equipment. That's why the data is quite lacking. So many laboratories that actually have this equipment is either Chinese companies or Techmira, yeah. But other than that, I don't think there's any other institution that have the titanium line autoclave. So we have our own autoclave that we made ourselves in-house. That is not made of titanium but made of Teflon. Yeah. So, nevertheless, we are able to perform the experiment using our in-house autoclave. So we do 2 types of experiments. We do atmospheric pressure acid leaching and also the high pressure acid leaching. So this is just the ore characteristic we just like to show. We have 2 ore samples from Halmahera, and this is just to show you that these samples are indeed limonitic nickel laterite ore with goethite as the main minerals. And this shows the graph of iron dissolution and nickel dissolution at different temperatures. So for the temperature below 100 degrees is at atmospheric pressure conditions. For those at higher than 100 degrees, it is performed at high pressure conditions. As you can see from the right-hand side of the graphic, that is the iron dissolution. So the iron dissolution at atmospheric condition is very high. It's very high, but under pressure, you can see it is incomparable. It's very low, right? If you see that the bottom part here, that's the iron concentration. So it is highly selective. It's correct, it is highly selective. It is the iron dissolution is below 3% in all experimental time, while if you're using atmospheric pressure condition, it can go up to 90%. And those iron are currently is a waste, yeah. It's not being used commercially, so any reagent used for dissolving iron is not beneficial for the company. And on the left side of the graph is the nickel dissolution. You can see when we're using the high pressure acid leaching, the nickel dissolution can go as high as 99% in the first hour when we use 24 degrees Celsius. And even when we reduce the temperature to 220 degrees, the difference is marking. You can see a very significant difference, just a 20-degree drops. So that also shows something for this experiment, as we'd like to see what's the difference if we adjust the temperature and the pressure. And you can also compare the nickel dissolution between the temperatures. So we see that there's advantages of the HPAL in terms of nickel extraction appears to only achieve at temperature higher than 220, but 220, we can still have 99% extraction if we are willing to have a longer residence time up to 4 hours. So that is some options that may be developed for the engineers later on. And this is the acid consumption. So on the left, I think we go straight to the left diagram. If you see from the left diagram, you see the blue color. That is the acid consumption only for iron. So if you see from the atmospheric pressure condition, we see that the majority of the acid will consume for iron, which is not very beneficial. And the bottom graph at HPAL, you can see the majority of acid is consumed for nickel, which is our target mineral. So it shows a very significant difference between atmospheric pressure leaching and HPAL. But that is not the reasons. We don't want to show the disadvantages, the advantages of one aspect, but we'd like to establish quantitative data to show the economics of both aspects, right? Because the atmospheric pressure leaching also have advantages in which it has a very low capex compared to the atmospheric pressure leaching, compared to HPAL. I think there's also the other aspect from the mineralogy. Yes, yeah. This is just to show that the atmospheric acid leaching struggles even to leach the goethite, meaning it's not very vigorous. So that's why the recovery cannot go higher, much higher than 90%. And this shows that hematite forms during HPAL. But this also gives the evidence of the formation of alunite. So alunite is not very useful. It is actually harmful to the HPAL process because it produces scales that hinders the HPAL operation. And one of the interesting data that's shown here that alunite only started to form at 220 degrees, meaning there's some advantage if you like to operate at a medium pressure. So the key points here is there's a advantage of HPAL. We established that we provide quantitative data. And this is only to show you why the current HPAL plant operates at 240 to 250 degrees. This is just to give you the quantitative data. Next is the atmospheric leaching acid is inefficient. And leaching at 220 degrees requires about half of the operating pressure, but it requires about 4 times longer leaching duration. So this is something that engineers can think about, because reducing the pressure to half give a significant aspect in terms of equipment design and also operating costs. So that's also something that the engineers can think about. And lastly is the alunite formation that started to form at 220 degrees. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zelatan Lega, for the presentation. It's very nice and enlightening. So I would like to open the Q&A session for the second presentation. So from the audience, if you have any question, please raise your hand and the committee will serve you with the microphone. No question from the audience? Maybe from my side then. Just to clarify. So basically, HPAL is still the main option for this nickel, right? So so now the challenge is to how to find the optimum parameter, and is there any potential to upscale or upgaming the atmospheric leaching to be the replacement of the HPAL technology?
Yes, thank you very much for the questions. So there is one very huge disadvantage of HPAL, and that is it is very capital intensive. So with HPAL, the only big players can play in that part. You know, small players, particularly Indonesian investors, it's really difficult to play in those areas. So there are many engineers that innovate and also developing the atmospheric pressure acid leaching. I personally doesn't believe in atmospheric pressure acid leaching, but there are others that believe in that area. So for that things, that's why this research is providing, the empirical evidence. This is what you get if you're operating at atmospheric. This is what you get if you're operating at high pressure acid leaching. But then again, we are trying to tweak the operating conditions so that the capital cost can be decreased significantly. So I still believe that the high temperature processes are still superior to the atmospheric pressure processes, but we're trying to find a way to downscale, to make the process as modular as possible. That's one thing, with aims to make a plan that can have a small investment so that the Indonesian player can play in that field.
Thank you so much for the answer, Dr. Zela. So please give applause to Dr. Zela Tandagai class. So that rounds up our session of today's conference. I will give back the stage to the MC.
Okay, thank you very much for Bapak Ahmad Fauzan to lead these sessions. And I would also invite Bapak please stay. The first and the second the second speaker of this session to come forward and receive a certificate of appreciation. Okay, please give applause for this session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, finally we are at the end of this first day of ICG ARE. Just to remember that we still have tomorrow sessions, our last day, and tomorrow we have plenary session and technical oral and poster session from geothermal engineering, petroleum engineering, and geophysical engineering aspects. Representing all the committee, I would like to extend our heartfelt thank you for all of you for giving a significant research contribution and being part of today's conference. We apologize for any mistakes and inconvenience of this event, and please take care of yourself while going back home, and see you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.